Hello and welcome to the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe, the penultimate event. The Super High Roller Series 50K and No Limit Hold'em, event number 6, live from Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Northern Cyprus. I am David Tuchman. My co-commentator today, Brent Hanks. And we have 7 players remaining. Of course, Jason Kuhn once again at the final table. Timothy Adams pacing the field as we look at our Marriott Poker leaderboard. Sam Greenwood, the Canadians are taking over, Brent.
Yeah, the Canadians, they're living large. Tim Adams, the Prince of Poultry. Chip leader Greenwood, another Canadian, second in chips. And how about Daniel Dvores down there in 5th? Oh, it's a maple syrup affair here at this final table.
No doubt about that. Look at the GG Poker payouts. $86,000. That's what these players are guaranteed. I imagine for at least a few of them, that would still be a loss, as this is a 50K buy-in event with re-entries. A couple of these players in for $100,000, that's for sure. But as you can see, $731,000 up top. Blinds are $10,000, $20,000 with a $20,000 big blind ante. Let's get to it. No Limit Hold'em, the penultimate event, as the next one we're covering is the Super High Roller Bowl, right? That's right, the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl coming up right at the end of this. And then tomorrow and the next day, we will cap off that coverage here at PokerGO. I want to welcome everybody to our show. Brent Hanks alongside me for this one. And, well, your favorite player in the world right there, Tom Vogelsang.
Tom Vogelsang typically doesn't wear any pants today. The shirt just hanging, just barely clinging to the skin, Tuck.
I mean, did he go to a club last night? Is he straight from the club to here? What's going on? What's the story?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Vogelsang, he was out there cutting a rug all night long. The clubs of Cyprus. Yeah.
Sam Greenwood wanted to make sure he had all his primary colors on his sweatshirt today, just in case he forgot which ones they were. It's an exciting day of poker. I'm looking for it. Viacheslav Buldygin from Russia wearing the striped shirt, just to the right of Daniel Dvores. And there he is. If not for Phil Ivey, Jason Kuhn would be the story of Northern Cyprus. 6 final tables. Guy is absolute beast out here.
Yeah, Kuhn killing it. We've been talking a ton about Phil Ivey and what he's been doing at Cyprus, what he did at the Triton Series, as well as the Super High Roller Series, 2 victories. But Jason Kuhn, his 6th final table, printing money on this strip. He's taken 2 horrific bad beats, Tuck, the last couple of times we've covered him. Perhaps today is his time.
Well, he comes into the final table 3rd in chips with just a tad over 1 million. He's kind of in no man's land right now. There's a few short stacks. Tom Vogelsang on 400,000, Buldygin on 550, Martirosyan on 710K, and then you got Timothy Adams on 1.6 million, Greenwood on 1.4 million. So Jason Kuhn right in the middle, which
are we going to be okay with how much poker we played?
In some ways makes you powerless at the start of a final table.
He loves it. He just wants to play more.
Yeah, it does. He's got a tough seat, sandwiched in between some big stacks. The Prince of Poultry going to be sheriffing, policing every situation. Tim Adams, if you're not familiar with this guy, Hunter Green hoodie here, take a look at the 10-9 under the hood. Write his name down, do whatever it takes so that you don't forget he's a superstar. He is a tremendous talent. Sam Greenwood here, another Canadian. We don't have the opportunities to see them play in Las Vegas, in the United States, throughout the majority of our streams because of the taxations in Canada. Tim Adams, phenom, Tuck.
Yeah, many years ago, I commentated on a 4-max at the World Series of Poker. Yes, that was a thing. There was a couple of years where the World Series of Poker added a 4-max event to their schedule. I thought it was fantastic. So did Timothy Adams, as he made the final table in that one.
He was asking. Sorry, 5-3.
Each in June.
60, yeah?
Oh, but this is big city.
Probably not surprised that the internet wizard, the phenom as you call him, Timothy Adams, would make a final table in a 4-max where just a tremendous amount of skill necessary to navigate through.
Great shot here, Martirosyan versus Buldygin. Buldygin, the man of many memes. Great facial antics. There he is. Good shot.
Yeah, Russian versus Russian on this one. Neither player with a ton of chips. Every pot's so important. Ace high good right now.
There you
and
go.
Buldygin, grimace, tosses his cards in the muck, and we continue on. 43 entries, whittled down to just 7. All 7 players in the money. 731,000 up top. And speaking of in the money, not in the money, I have some unfortunate news for you, Brent. Carrie Katz was the bubble boy again. I mean, just absolutely sickening. I tell you, I think he's angered. He's angered the poker gods. He said in the very first event of this series, he was on the Stone Cold bubble with Ace King against Mikita Badziakowski's Jack 9 in short deck. Badziakowski pushed them all in, and he said, and I quote, Gary Katz said, "I don't give a about a min cash," and somehow I think he has angered the poker gods because he has done nothing but bubble all week.
Yeah, and it's so unlikely for a guy like Katz to stone bubble events because we're used to seeing him, inching his way into the money, making these final tables. It's just not his style to bubble. And yeah, it's frustrating. It happens to the best of us, Tuck. It's a streak that you try and remove, and it's unfortunate when it happens, but such is the life we live.
If you're joining us on the Luxon Pay or Merit Poker YouTube channels, welcome. Thank you for being here this morning, this evening, wherever you might be in the world. We'll be following the chat over on the PokerGo YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. We're just a few subscriptions away from 250,000. Would love to hit that on my watch. Balloons are going to fall out of the sky. I might even start a rave.
I can't believe it hasn't happened yet. How have we not hit this 250,000?
I might start a rave in my studio. Fire shooting out of the back here. Balloons. You guys won't see it, but I'll feel it, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, boy. You and that other 14-year-old kid that has gone viral online, huh? Is that your son?
I wish it was. I'm so proud of him. Most amazing thing. Do yourself a favor on one of our breaks. Google 14-year-old Twitch raver. Thank me later.
So good.
So good. So good. I want to welcome those of you in the chat. I see you. Vanderu, Michael Fermani. Go to your home, Bell. Carlos Gonzalez. Woodland 37. I still miss that as well. You know what I miss? I miss playing free poker, but it's back, baby. Play free Texas Hold'em poker. It's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, all your favorite shows. And you can be part of the action that helps shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGo Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
Now, Tuck, I did try to play again last night, and I still do not have chips in my account. I'm the voice of that game. You're hearing my voice the entire time. I can't even play, Tuck.
Yeah, you know what? I think maybe you should talk to the creators of the game because that seems not right.
No, it's just every day. I expect to wake up and find free chips in there, giving old Hanksy the opportunity to rock and fire.
Yeah.
Just nothing. I mean, I'm loading it again. Showing it to you here. I've got 9,000 chips. You can't do anything with that.
Brent was absent the day they taught bankroll management. It's important, Brent, okay? You can't just be putting your entire bankroll on the line, on the felt every single time you play.
It is, yeah.
That's what I
It's a little
do.
banana boat. Yeah.
Right to the moon. That's all I want to do. Just get in there, put the whole thing down on the table. Win every dollar, Tuck.
Ron Hansen, watching from Thailand, says, "Go Canada." Love it. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Tom Vogelsang had a rough week, could only afford half a shirt.
Yeah, but that is a nice shirt. I mean, if you're going to have half a shirt, that's the one. Look at that thing.
Well, I mean
that is...
Half that shirt probably cost $1,000. Let's be clear. Just a scheduling update. At the end of this show, we'll probably go on a short break and then come back for Super High Roller Bowl coverage. I can't confirm that. It all depends how long this final table goes. But that is the likeliest scenario. Get it all in here from Buldygin, and I think he's going to get looked up.
This is tough for Greenwood, believe it or not. Ace-10 suited, it's a very pretty hand. Going to need a count. He might have the very bottom of his range to consider calling. It would be for...
Yeah, it's a good point, actually.
Percentage of his stack.
I didn't realize quite how many blinds that was. We've been commentating on so much short deck. I'm like, that's a call. Nobody's folding. But in this game, you know, you're talking, this is a pretty big shove for ace-10, suited or none. And there it is in the muck. Good call there, Brent.
Yeah, even if Sam Greenwood saw Buldygin's queen-jack suited, he still might elect to fold. Yeah, you know, you're 57%. You're less than 60% to win the hand. It's for a ton of chips as far as Greenwood's stack is concerned. And remember, folding makes money. You want these shorter stacks to sort of bow out before your exit. It's really brutal. It's a great shove by Buldygin. Kudos to him.
Tina H. is watching from Sydney, Australia. Good morning. Manuel Batazza is in Italy. Lunchtime. Quicksilver Nick is in Greece. Marcos Santos is in Massachusetts. His words, not mine.
Massachusetts. Wow.
We got Romania in the house. We got Vienna, Austria. We have Israel. We have Ryan Ricks is in Newfoundland, Canada. Thank you for being here, everybody. Calgary. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman. And then tomorrow morning, I believe at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, it'll be Brent Hanks and Jeff Platt live from the studio in Vegas calling the action for the Super High Roller Bowl, the 250K. The big one. Day 2 coverage of the Super High Roller Bowl tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern. And then on the 15th, it'll be the final table.
Fight that stomach bug. Make it, you know.
Who got food poisoning? Seth.
And you can follow along throughout most of the day today. PGT.com/live reporting. The main event is live. It is happening right now. Cards are just about to get in the air as we speak.
Just letting you know. So you can
Have to imagine all the players here at this final table will be jumping in to the 250K.
Yeah, this is like a glorified satellite for that one.
Yeah.
Good hand.
Yeah. Expect a big turnout. All these events have such strong showings. When you combine the Triton Series with the Super High Roller Series, folks make the trip from the States, all parts of the world. We've talked about the Canadians. They really get the opportunities to play these.
How many of the short deck experts, some of the Asians, how many of them will play in the 250K Super High Roller Bowl?
All of them. I think all
Yeah?
of them will play. Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
I really do.
Well, that definitely makes it worthwhile for everybody to go out there. Timothy Adams in the green. That is Tom Vogelsang. Tom, by the way, won a PLO event earlier in the series. As Brent mentioned, he was wearing a shirt that day, but no pants.
Yeah, Tom, not a big pants guy. And, you know, honestly, Tuck, I don't blame him.
No, if I had legs like his, I wouldn't wear pants either.
If I had anything like his, I wouldn't wear pants. Yeah, I mean, it's some folks can get away with it. Tom's one of them.
Yeah. You, me, no. We wear pants.
Little blind on blind violence. Greenwood, a very pretty 7-4 suited. He takes the initiative, going to kick things up. Aggressive. No pair. A couple of awkward backward or backdoor draws. But as the aggressor, perhaps an opportunity to sniff, a little sneeze to try and drag the pot right now.
Nothing there for Greenwood, but can he get Martirosyan to fold that ace high? Greenwood on 1.3 million. There's a look at Martirosyan. Nice shot. Martirosyan and the mullet were involved in one of the most interesting hands we saw yesterday. Both players just out-dueling each other. Bluff, bluff, bluff. I'm going to out-bluff you. Neither player had anything. Martirosyan eventually lost that hand, but he got the last laugh as he is at the final table.
Yeah, he is certainly a bulldog of sorts when it comes to this game. Seems to be dialed right in now. Ace of clubs, key card in his hand. I think Greenwood, now we sort of take this extremely lengthy delayed c-bet approach. Martirosyan has checked every single street thus far, suggesting he has some sort of showdown value. Perhaps, perhaps ace high makes a lot of sense. Greenwood has nothing. If you're going to win the pot, you try to do it.
No, yeah, we can see that. Would Greenwood play a 10 this way?
Maybe not a 10, but certainly a queen. And look at this. The key card, the ace of clubs in his hand. Martirosyan says, all right, listen, even if you have a queen, maybe a 10, as you pointed out, Tuck, I'm going to go ahead and use this ace of clubs to my advantage to shoot this thing up. That is a pretty heroic sort of bluff attempt by Martirosyan. Granted, he had the best hand, Tuck, but how many spots do we find ourselves in where we think, oh, I feel like it's the best hand. Should I just call? Why not raise? Just in case a guy is bluffing with a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a great point you bring up as we watch 7 players battle here. I've seen a lot of good players talk about that theory. When you are when you're in a hero calling spot, and a hero call is positive EV, you should kind of look at it and think, okay, well, is bluffing here even better? You know, might my opponent be bluffing with a slightly better hand than mine? Which we've seen many times. I mean, how many times have you hero called somebody with ace high, and they say nice call and they turn over deuces, and you're kicking yourself.
Right.
So, obviously, that play doesn't go without risk. You're risking more chips even on the hope that your opponent doesn't have some sort of a monster they slow played.
Yeah. So it looked like in my mind.
You are welcome, Brent Sr. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Brent Sr. found the streamer, the raver.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just think we all need more of that in our lives.
What, raves?
No, that kid.
Twitch?
That kid.
That particular 14-year-old in his
That
bedroom
particular
with
14-year-old.
an actual some sort of torch.
Yeah, I mean, I'll explain it to everybody because it's the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Maybe not ever, but really, really high up there. I guess he's playing Fortnite or whatever. I don't know. But basically, every time he gets a kill, he essentially throws a rave in his bedroom / Twitch home studio. And when I say, I mean, he goes all out, full on rave every single time he gets a kill. And it's just, yeah, like I said, on our first break, go check it out. Thank me later. Kuhn raising up the 55,000. Adams 3 bets. Adams doesn't necessarily need a hand to attack Kuhn's opens, but we can see that he's got one.
And I think he, you know, logically speaking, he's not going to do this with just total napkins, right? The problem is, and look at that, just a quick, annoying, disciplined fold for Kuhn. Queen Jack suited, such a pretty hand, but now Adams, what I'm saying, Tuck, is not going to get that necessarily out of line. Yes, you're going to
very big hand
keep Kuhn in check, but
Very big.
I don't expect Adams to be bluffing a great deal.
175.
Not pre-flop, not with some shorter stacks around the table.
15 more.
I think he also knows Kuhn understands the dynamic. He's not going to get out of line either.
Hand. I got to raise this much again to make fold.
I had a good hand.
Maybe he got mad at you for raising my big blind twice in a row.
Twice. I mean, yeah.
That is true.
Position.
Yeah, next time.
Come on.
Next time I'm just going to put Queen Jack of Hearts right in the muck.
Here's a good example, right? He's the chip leader under the gun. You'd think that he'd be applying a ton of pressure, and he will. Don't get me wrong, but
Right,
8-6 suited in the muck, right in the muck.
Wow.
Yeah, it's certainly a different
It's
game.
this guy. Yeah, you know, tight is right, makes a lot of money. It's this guy. It's Martirosyan that sort of has a middling stack that I'm keeping an eye on. I think he has the opportunity to be extra aggressive in order to accumulate, understanding the tightness and that dynamic that's going to be unfolding here at the final table. You saw the hand earlier against Greenwood. You saw what he did to Buldygin with just ace-X, and again here, obviously Queen 10 suited. But it's these middling stacks that can be dangerous. You know, they know that everyone's going to be tight. They can still pick on the guy shorter, while they can also come after the big stacks who are just trying to hold on to that chip lead of sorts.
Well, Kuhn has flopped top and bottom pair. He defends the 9-3 of diamonds, flop a 9-5-3. And one of the contributing factors to Martirosyan, or one of the medium stacks, being a little bit more aggressive, if you take a look at the payout structure, and we'll get it up for you in a little while, there is less than a buy-in difference between 7th and 6th and 6th and 5th. The pay jumps just aren't that large between 7th and 5th.
Yeah.
So that might be a contributing factor. Yeah, it might be the contributing factor. 3 spades out there. Ace of hearts on the turn. I think Kuhn still fairly comfortable that he's got the best hand. Just a question of how he navigates it. He check called the flop. He checks the turn. Does Martirosyan try to rep that ace?
Yeah, it's a great card for Martirosyan to perhaps consider bluffing. Kuhn understanding that as well. Remains very under rep by simply just calling with 2 pair after defending from the big blind. I think right now, Jason Kuhn, he knows, all right, this guy should absolutely be bluffing a high percentage of the time.
And Jason still
he's not afraid of
calls.
those spades, man. He's not. He's not afraid. He's like, oh, buddy, I'm going to give you all the rope you need. Here you go.
Oh, that is not the run out he was hoping for. Another ace out there.
It's not, but you know, it's not. But I don't think he's that concerned about Martirosyan really having too many aces, right? There's 2 left in the deck. If he had the ace of spades, would he be going bet, bet, bet with that sort of hand? I think there's certain times where we have the ace high, especially of the shovels variety, where maybe our sizing is different. Perhaps we don't bet the flop. And he wisely just gives up here. I think he understood that Kuhn call on flop and turn is never folding a river. You are telling such a hard-to-believe story given that ace-ace run out.
All in.
Well, Kuhn made the absolute maximum there.
I make it.
The chat is divided.
A little bit at a time.
It is absolutely polarizing. People are actually either demanding that Tom Vogelsang button his shirt or demanding that the other players at the table start unbuttoning theirs.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see that, actually. Just a table full of... No?
It's my lucky hand.
No. I'm going to stop that. I'm going to nip it in the bud right now, right here.
Yeah.
93.
It's 4:27 in the morning. I do not want to see everybody with their shirt half done. Okay?
Super high roller strip poker. No, we're not playing that today, Tech? All right.
Well, no. Maybe tomorrow you and Jeff can cover the show. Do anything you want. I'll watch from home.
Oh, but you will watch.
Obviously.
Beautiful spot here for Dvores. One of the short stacks. Couple of honeys. The ladies on the button.
500 off?
And Kuhn's got probably the sort of hand where you consider 3-bet folding. Let's watch what Kuhn does, though. So disciplined. Does he really expect Dvores to be opening, just ridiculously wide on the button off that stack? 200. Can he be opening worse aces? Absolutely. There it is, 200. And if Dvores does rip it through, which he will, I think he can, because Dvores he always has it, right? He's never 4-betting light. Ace-9 against all of the 4-bet all-ins. Dvores' range, ace-9 is just dead.
I mean, dead is...
He may not have needed to go to that
dead
size,
is a relative...
200.
Just let me make sure it's 500 exactly.
Yeah, maybe he did 3... Yeah, I think you're right, Tuck. I think he did make it 200 to call the 500. But he's going to make sure. He hates it. I'll tell you that right now. He hates it.
Yeah.
No, I have no doubt he hates it. I'm just wondering if a Ali Imsirovic-like 3-bet, a super small 3-bet, and then fold would have been
better.
Yeah, I mean, far be it from me to question Jason Kuhn. The guy is world class, and I'm not. But we saw Ali make some really creative plays where he put super small 3-bets in there, where he either had it or didn't have it. And I'm wondering if Kuhn could have done that on that particular spot with ace-9. A lot of 4s out there. Kuhn picks up an extra out. Yeah, he can catch an ace or a 4. Quads on board are one of the most brutal ways to get knocked out.
Even more.
Well,
extra out.
2 more.
Yeah, Kuhn with 6 outs here, a 9, a 4, or an ace. Instead, it's a queen, and Dvores with the full double up to just over 1 million. Kuhn down to 835,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an awkward spot. And you nailed it, Tuck. I was completely wrong. I thought Kuhn was going to be 3-bet folding ace-9, but the sizing from 65, he kicked it to 200, understanding that Dvores only started the hand right around 5. So he, in fact, was committed.
Ace, and then 4.
Yeah, you're right. Good one. Yeah. And then, the 8, you can...
Yeah, he lost 1/3 of his stack on that one, and I'm really kind of thinking it through. And it's not a play I would have thought to do or employ before this week. But watching Ali Imsirovic do it, I'm wondering if you could have gone 65,
it's the one.
150.
Yeah, 145,
and then
150, and then
depending on what you have, you're either calling off or you're folding.
Tried to make lucky.
I'd like to ask Jason about that one. For a second, I thought we froze, but just Martirosyan froze for a second. Greenwood raising the 50,000. Martirosyan, you nailed it on the head. I mean, this guy, he just doesn't stop. Just doesn't stop. And I'll tell you, with him at the table, you know there will be conflict.
Yeah, and there's going to be one right here. Greenwood's hand is, I think, is just too pure, too good. Understanding, again, the things that we pointed out earlier, what Martirosyan, these middling stacks, what they're able to do, trying to accumulate while also attacking the sort of bigger, comfortable stacks. Tens. Greenwood gonna peel. And this is, I think, good news for Martirosyan. It allows him to win pots. Well, this is going to be a hard one to win, but it allows him to win pots whenever it does come all Broadway, and you put hands like 9s and 10s in a tricky spot post. But Greenwood smashing it.
You surprised he just flatted that?
A little bit, but you know, if you think about Martirosyan's 3-betting range, it's going to be a lot of these ace wheels, right? It's going to be obviously also the other end would be premiums. So you're either in really good shape with 2 10s against a hand like ace 5, or you're just flipping or in terrible shape against the top of his range.
So by just calling, you keep the
small 3-bet.
By calling, you keep the bluffs in.
Yeah, you keep all the bluffs in, understanding he's going to continue with his bluffs as well. You can see Martirosyan 75,000, a little down bet. Greenwood very fortunate to flop top set, clearly. He's going to make the maximum.
Yeah, Martirosyan now drawing dead. I know a lot of recreational players just terrified of just flatting with a hand like 10s because they have to play post flop. And that's scary. Sam Greenwood has been down this road before, has so much experience and so confident in his ability to navigate the post flop play.
One-liner now to a straight presents itself. Not ideal for a set of 10s, but would have to almost be pocket jacks exactly. I can't really think of any other hands. Maybe ace jack suited that Martirosyan would 3-bet with, but that might even just be a call pre-flop.
King jack is probably double barreling, right?
Maybe, although then again, if you think that you're up against a lot of sets, like what is Greenwood flatting with pre, with a 3-bet, it probably involves a lot of these middling pairs like 8s, 9s, 10s. Greenwood just makes the max as Martirosyan goes go for, yeah, a bluff.
Yeah, sometimes it's the best play is just to give your opponent enough rope to hang themselves, and that's exactly what Martirosyan did, and Sam Greenwood played him like a fiddle. Greenwood now up to 1.6 million. 3 players, all Canadian, are our leaders right now. Adams, Greenwood, and Dvores, all over the 1 million chip mark. Greenwood just to the left of the dealer.
Good vibrations.
What was that?
Martirosyan.
Was someone just swishing? Did you hear that?
I think somebody swished and somebody sang.
And
both.
spit? I was looking around the table. I didn't see anybody swishing. What? I thought it was you, Tuck, and then I looked up at your camera. You're not swishing. You were talking. What?
Yeah, no
Who
swishing
did
going
that?
on here. I don't swish till at least 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, me either.
Dvores raising with the king-queen offsuit. Once again, Brent Hanks, David Tuchman, here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. This is event number 6, $50,000 no limit hold'em high roller. We're down to our final 7 players, 43 entries. Pretty good turnout. Average stack right now, 921,000. The remaining 7 players all guaranteed $86,000, and they are playing for $731,000. And as Brent mentioned earlier, the Super High Roller Bowl kicking off
Harmonizing.
pretty much now.
They're one of those bands when you're like a kid. You're like, oh, like these are just like these like fun like songs like surfing. They were awesome. And then as you get older, they're like, yeah, they're like, you know, these like 12-part like orchestral like.
Yeah.
That were awesome.
Yeah, he was genius.
Yeah.
I believe Jason's hat says
Boss.
2022 World Series of Art Poker. And I'm going to get a little backstory on that, but I think it's like a friend of his that's some sort of designer came up with that.
Hated it.
Sometimes
And they also do some of the Triton gear.
I quite like it.
Didn't like it for a second. I do what the bosses tell me, you know what I mean? Just do it. The superior beings tell me to do.
Put it 25.
Don't think about it, just say a flop. But
Martirosyan just battles.
say a
Oh,
flop.
I would have said something different.
Yeah.
I lied.
Yeah, he's going down with
But
the
it
ship,
would've had a lot
and
of
unfortunately he has yet to hit a flop and walked right into another monster here. Adams, top 2.
Adams now on the 1.7 million. Those of you concerned about Daniel Dvores' chair, he just likes a short chair. Some players like to be really tall at the table. Dvores likes to get down low so his eyes can get right at the chip level if he can.
It's really simple. It's just like one of
get
those
right
songs
down
you
on
kinda
the
get into
felt.
rhythm with and
Become
get
one
going.
with the felt,
Yeah.
Tuck.
Now you can actually see, look how low his chair is compared
Real
to
slow, kinda.
Buldygin's chair.
How does it go? Okay. Just about to lose my mind. I was born in Arizona. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Where the people live so fine. The chorus is like, living.
I never know the names of the songs, but of course I do.
Teen Speedway Bear says, everybody playing Queen 4 off these days. That's, of course, in reference to the Queen 4 that Phil Hellmuth played and the Queen 4 we just saw Martirosyan play. Good shout there, Dean. Toro Abasi Private says, are these players all positive EV? I would suggest that everybody at this table is almost undoubtedly a winning poker player. Fair to say, Brent?
I mean, yeah. I don't think very rarely are you gonna find, you know, a final 6 at a 50K super high roller final table that would be considered, you know, a losing player.
Yeah, I remember when I
See
first got
some
into
more
poker,
often
though.
than others, but yeah.
I remember when I first got into poker, I'd go to the Bellagio and I would look inside Bobby's room with awe. And I just thought to myself, I go, there are all those superstars. How does the game run? I mean, who loses? And obviously, as I have become more and more involved in poker, I've realized, you know, while, you know, the losing players might still be pretty good poker players, they're still losers in that game. And I imagine, you know, on the Super High Roller Series that we've watched this week, there are players who win and there are players that lose. The edges are probably pretty thin. But at this particular final table, I certainly don't think there's anybody who's a losing player. That's for sure.
Yeah, all of these guys play the highest of limits. Buldygin here,
Not
you
as
may not
bad
be
as like
familiar with
the Timex
the Russian,
crane.
but he plays
Oh, the
huge,
dot crane was the
massive
worst.
cash
You remember
games. He
that?
plays huge. I believe he's
a
one of the
long
old
time
school
ago.
sit and go guys that was playing the, you know,
I like
the 10
training it from the
20K
seat because
sit
then
and
you
goes
throw
that
it
were
out for
offered.
the dealer anyways.
Just a specialist in these situations.
Like I see that happen with like Timex who dark where they're in the one and they
And,
crane it and they just
you know,
get
Tuck,
like,
it's inevitable
throw it, like,
that,
away from the dealer.
you know, a lot of these guys are going to go through swings, 7-figure swings down, 7-figure swings up. You nailed it earlier by saying that, you know, your edge is minuscule. Even the best players, the most winningest players on the PGT, they have a slightly better ROI than others, but you're not winning at a 10-15% clip. It's only going to be the hottest player, the Ali Imshuroviches, the Ivy right now in the moment that has an outstanding ROI. Obviously, Jason Kuhn, he's been on fire as of late. But these guys all go through dips as well.
No, when you say the hottest player, you're meaning, you know, in terms of cards, not physically, as we watch Tom Vogelsang fold?
Yeah, talking about the poker there.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure. I got distracted.
The variance. Yeah.
Mix, but
Yeah.
Buldygin all in with the King 8. Not going to get any action. Anytime you put all your chips in there with King 8 offsuit and you get to bring them back, that's probably a good thing.
wasn't feeling very confident.
3 out of 10. It seems to be.
I wasn't feeling confident.
James in the chat makes a great point. You know,
although that's a great position.
winning players in these fields, undoubtedly some players that are minus EV in these fields make final tables. Yeah, of course. That is a beautiful part about the game, right? You can be minus EV in a field, yet still find a way to final table and make a little bit of money.
Yeah, if that didn't occur, this game wouldn't exist. Right? I mean, if the best player always won, it would get really boring. The losing players would get fed up. Although, I don't know, the human mind is such a strange thing. The human mind tends to trick us. When we're losing, we're getting unlucky. That guy's getting lucky. We don't buy it.
Who's the, in your opinion, thinking back over the last 20 years at the World Series of Poker main event, who do you think is the worst main event champion that we've ever had as far as skill set?
What? Seriously?
Yeah, I'm gonna. What are your thoughts?
Come on. Why can't we keep this
you
thing?
don't have any opinions?
Why can't we keep this thing positive?
Well,
I mean, the worst player from a skill standpoint. I mean, probably like a Jerry Yang. Queen 3 connects hard. Dvores with the Queen 3 offsuit on a Queen 4-3 all heart board. Jason Kuhn does have the 9 of hearts, though. I'm going to go Jerry Yang. I know a lot of people probably think it's Jamie Gold. I think Jamie Gold's he's certainly not a good poker player by any stretch, but he dominated. He absolutely dominated that main event. And I've played with Jamie, and, you know, I don't think he's quite as bad as people think he is. I really don't.
Yeah, he was on top of his game when he made that run, eating the bowl of blueberries, the speech play. He was dialed in. He made it look easy.
Yeah, and let's be clear.
I think Yang is a good one.
Yeah, let's be clear. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that anybody had to navigate easy fields, but the year Jamie Gold won, I mean, there were thousands and thousands of people there. That final table was stacked. I mean, Alan Cunningham was at that final table. And Jamie Gold went wire to wire. So, I mean, you could argue that Jamie Gold's performance at the main event might be the most dominating World Series of Poker main event performance over the last 20 years. He's certainly one of the top 3, right?
Yeah, I think Joe McKeon.
How many players went wire to wire?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Go on in, take it. Take another little small one. There, Danny.
Yeah, Dvores is going to win a small one.
You all right?
Who's the guy that won the main event and Phil Hellmuth had to shave his head?
Sure, bud.
Robert
Throw him in a
Parker.
hazmat suit, will you?
Yeah,
Robert
Marconi.
Marconi.
I think
I went
that's a
somewhere where
qualifier
there
for
was
maybe the worst.
nothing growing.
I was
Absolutely.
skeptical, so-
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I played with Robert Marconi's wife, who's a very good
whatever
poker
day I
player.
left, the day before I left, it snowed. So I went from somewhere
You
with
make Toji?
Really? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
No, make
I
Toji?
didn't know it was a power poker couple.
Marconi's wife is
I know,
actually
it's
really, really good. Tight,
dream.
aggressive when she
Just
plays. She's quite a player. Robert is
I mean, you were
definitely
live.
one of the weaker of the World Series of Poker main event champions over the last 25 years, no doubt. I think he, Jerry Yang, are certainly two of the weaker ones.
Not dodgy.
I mean, Joe McKeon. Joe McKeon is terrible at poker, right?
Yeah.
I kid. I joke.
McKeon.
No, Joe McKeon might be the best player in the world right now when it comes to going deep in large MTT fields. He's ridiculous.
He's real good. He's been doing it ever since. In fact, I think it was just yesterday he final tabled a 25K down in Florida.
Yep.
He had
True
a nice
story.
finish there.
Wow.
This is 9-6, right? Yeah. Okay.
I had it.
Vogelsang
Yeah,
raising says, I got it.
No,
Just feel it.
better.
9.
I cannot reveal my strategy. But,
I cannot reveal my strategy.
I'm too open already to you guys. I will say what I have.
I'm always open.
Blinds are up to 15,000, 30,000. With a 30,000 ante, we're going to get a dealer change. Sam Greenwood continues to pace the field. He has jumped ahead of his countryman, Timothy Adams. Daniel Dvores making a nice run. He's at 1.1 million. And as I mentioned earlier, the Canadians taking over the top 3 spots, all Canadian. Then it's Kuhn, Vogelsang, Buldygin, and Martirosyan, the Russians, bringing up the rear as we look at our Merit Poker final table. All 7 players guaranteed 86,000. First place, 731,000. We are here for the Super High Roller Series, 50K, no limit hold'em. Final table.
we should learn you some Dutch actually.
Vogelsang, Buldygin,
we have a French guy
Martirosyan,
and
they
a
all
German
have
guy.
their hands full right now.
basically
Martirosyan, the
speak Dutch to them all
absolute
the time.
short stack with right around
They can't learn
300,000
Dutch.
chips.
They can't
Talked
speak
about
Dutch.
how he's going to be sort of swinging
That's
for the
what it's called,
fences,
Dutch.
and he
There's a
was
lot of overlap. with
doing his
German.
best
Yeah,
and
yeah,
just
yeah.
could not pick up a hand, could not find a winner. However,
Yeah, but
right
these
now,
guys
this
just
very moment, a
picking
couple
it up
queens. Here
and
we
then
go.
responding in the chat in Dutch.
How'd you finish, Tim?
Yeah, this is what he was waiting for.
Not good.
Picks up the red
You
queens.
can get down with a little bit of it though.
See if he gets in the
A
action.
little bit. Can say some stuff. Understand some stuff.
You don't even have the come see, come saw answer like you do with French, or like in Petit Feu.
He started this hand with just about 10 big blinds, by the way.
Don't even have to look at my second, so boring.
Wow, I think Vogelsang, yeah, he just looked at a 4 and said, okay, I won't look at the other one. Even if I have 2 4s, I'm not going to put it in.
Lehel Konsk in the chat says, anyone before, say, 2015 is bad in today's standards. I don't think that's so true. I mean, there are a lot of really, really good poker players who won before 2015. Greg Merson, for example, is a hell of a poker player. And while he's sort of semi-retired from playing the high
I
rollers,
don't know what you're talking about.
and he doesn't play like he used to, still a very, very talented poker player. And I imagine if he jumped back
Such a
into
poker
the
player,
lab,
like Mizrahi.
he would get really, really good really fast.
Oh, absolutely. Greg Merson is the most talented main
Best
event
poker
champion
player
I
in
think
Bradley.
we've had over the last maybe 10 years or so. Merson was that good. I mean, think back to that World Series. Didn't he win the 5K 6 max just before? Maybe it was
10K.
6 max.
10K. I had the privilege
10K
to commentate on that. Yeah, and in my memory, it's one of the most emotional moments and final tables I've ever seen. I mean, Greg Merson had gone through a lot of personal turmoil and had a lot of a lot of personal demons that he needed to kind of overcome. And the 10K 6 max was at that point the creme de la creme. I mean, it was just, only the absolute wizards came out and played that one. And Greg Merson won that and then went on right after that to win the World Series of Poker main event. It was a stretch of poker that we may never see again. It was just unbelievable. And I have so much respect for Greg Merson as a person and as a player. Just phenomenal.
Guys got fucking
We've had a lot of talented. I mean,
That's exactly
2014.
100%. I mean, I've offsuit Broadway. I full.
Show a 4. Show a 4.
It's got ace 4 offsuit, bro.
No, much better.
Pretty close. Ace 3 offsuit. Nice call
So fucking
by the
obvious.
guys there.
If I was suited, I was all in.
Wow. If I had ace,
Check raise.
no way. If I had ace king, I would have made it 200 and called your ass. You know, like.
I have the worst hand I raise, literal worst. So obvious.
100 M Goose and Kelly Allen are
Still
points
can't do
down.
anything about it. It's a good play.
Jakobsen,
I can't do anything.
saying he's the most talented.
just
I don't know
got
if he's the most
shooting card.
talented, but
Again,
the 2014 main event champion Martin
200
Jakobsen
on the sideline,
was
you know.
supremely talented.
He read your soul. He's not.
You've had the chance to watch a lot of Martin's play, haven't you, Brent?
Yeah, I mean, that whole final table, I think, was elite, right? Jacobson, I was it Jorrit van Hoof who was also there, and he was phenomenal. Yeah, that was maybe the most star-studded one we've had.
I mean, let's not forget last year's champion.
So yeah, Karai. I mean, quite literally one of our high rollers. Plays in all of the events for the most part. All of the majors that we have in Vegas. Did not make this trip, obviously, but
4-0-5.
Out how much?
10 on 10 violence.
Yeah, it's just a.
Here we go.
Out you have less?
350.
The battle of the tens, and with Buldygin's stack, it's likely just to go all in.
Oh, good. No fucking way.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Do we want blood?
Yeah, give me a suit, Tuck.
I think they should add a new rule into poker that whoever gets the more.
I'll take
suit
Buldygin. You can have Greenwood.
on the 5 card. Wins the 5.
Okay.
That'd be kind of fun.
Much better.
Nah.
I saw the black ace too and was like, oh, we got to change
Bullshit
it.
all into. It's over.
Sorry. Yeah, it's
No more spades.
the slimy would scoop this.
One more.
What do you think, Jason? Add it into.
Call it the Punisher tournament. I like it.
I'm running this by you because I know you got some leeway in the poker world.
I don't know, man.
What's the Punisher tournament?
Like in that spot, it would whoever has the most of the same suit. So since there were 2 spades, you would win the whole pot.
Win the whole pot.
Right.
That's fun. Always get savage. It never comes up, but when it does, somebody gets wrecked.
You should do in the cash game would be nice.
Like ace king versus ace king.
Just
If it's ace king versus ace
pair
king,
versus
Comes
pair.
up a lot.
The same hand all in.
ace plays, obviously.
Yeah.
Like if I have the ace of clubs and you have the king of clubs and there's 2 clubs on board,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where ace king offsuit becomes overpowered. It's like way better hand than ace king suited.
Right. That's kind of cool. That's something to think about.
A lot of table talk, and if they're talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them. Jack Lee in the chat says these 2 commentators are terrible. I agree. Can we do something about that, Brent?
Awful. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'll just kill the stream.
Jack will send you a full refund. You'll get a 100% refund. Just send in your complaint.
I didn't either.
I think they added it.
Doesn't look fun.
Looks somewhat.
Yeah, they had to have just created that.
No, it was on schedule.
Oh, it was?
Go buy yourself a shirt, Jack.
They're just live to just
Shop.
create
PokerGO.
tournaments around here. It's really fun.
Yeah. It's nice. Just do what the players want.
Yeah.
I do think that whenever there's like a 250, they should probably be running some sort of like 50 in another game or something.
Well, what not to do is have a 15-day poker tournament where all the best tournaments are first, and then the main event is after a bunch of small tournaments.
Yeah.
Probably not the best.
Yeah, and they were gonna like move the 250 ahead. I don't know why they didn't.
I mean, I love all the great tournaments first, but let's just have the main event in the middle. I mean, that's kind of what the World Series did.
Well, the World Series, they want you guys hanging around Vegas for 2 months, you know?
Kuhn, King, Queen of Clubs, and that's I think a very fair point by Kuhn as far as putting the biggest tournament at the very end of a series might be difficult for the players, right? Fatiguing.
I think it's important for tournaments and tournament directors and those in charge that schedule these events to listen to the players, especially the ones that have been around for a while, the ones that show up each and every time. You know, most of them are not ridiculously selfish and just doing things for themselves. They are thinking of, okay, what is actually going to get the best turnout? What do the players want? Dvores has got a sneaky little gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Kuhn with top pair. Is this the kind of hand, in a different situation, is this the kind of hand Dvores might check raise occasionally, Brent?
Yeah, I think so. Now it's a little just too good with the 10 of diamonds in his hand. Let's peel once. Let's see what Kuhn does on various turns.
Yep, check. There is the third diamond. Kuhn has to decide what they wants to do with the king, queen of clubs.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? Because I think Dvores, if he had, give him exactly 10, 9 of diamonds, he would simply just check call. So Kuhn has to sort of, he's handcuffed and has to knuckle. And uh-oh, Dvores buries it.
Wow. Dvores went from a gut shot and a backdoor draw to everything.
And now for Dvores, if he were to bet here, which he will, decision for Kuhn, range assessing, right? What did he float with? Was it the 10-9 of diamonds? Was it the 10-9 with one diamond that now just made a straight? Could it have been Queen-Jack that now made two pair? How about a hand like Jack-8? It's very hard to find what could be a relatively large bluff. Even a hand like 8x of diamonds, maybe that was a hand good enough to play for stacks, a pair and a flush draw. But the reality is, Kuhn knows right now that Jack is a terrible card. Just don't know if he can get off King Queen suited. Let's see.
Well, Dvores is going to size it up. Pretty much a pot size bet. Actually, more than pot.
Okay.
He bets 295.
Let's see your bluffing pocket pairs for the diamond.
Jumping ace-3.
There you go. He's telling you the bluffs.
Why do I only have 2 times?
We get 6 more at 6 players.
Oh, okay. Let me think about this. So, interacting with the river would be swell. I'm not doing that. King of Clubs is a pretty good card, I guess. Not as good as the King of Diamonds. Sick. Okay.
This is a very significant pot and bet for Jason Kuhn, especially considering his stack. He's on 630,000 right now.
Yeah, and kudos to Dvores. He's really put him in a really hard spot. Kuhn called out the bluffs. It would be a hand like ace-3, effectively turning it into a bluff on the river. Small pocket pairs with a diamond.
There's the call.
There's the call.
You and I got into a long conversation about tanking yesterday, and I don't want to revisit that too much, but I do want to say that for my money, I could watch that all day. Jason Kuhn at the river, facing a huge decision at a huge moment, and taking his time to kind of work it through.
Yeah, it's
I'm
more
fine with
about
that.
the unnecessary stuff, right?
Exactly.
Kuhn just had a
100%.
legitimately painful, awful decision to make right there, and you know, it's a sick part about this game. You try and avoid those spots, which are inevitable along the journey. You know, he's had a very rough go at it at these final tables. When the money goes in, he's typically a huge favorite. Here today, he has just had second best over and over again, and that is, you know, it's hard to overcome. Doesn't matter who you are.
Jason Kuhn, we're still seven-handed, and Jason Kuhn came to this final table with just over $1 million. Was in good shape to make another deep run, and he now finds himself as, I want to say, the shortest stack. If not, he's the second shortest stack. Everything going Dvores' way in the early portions of this final table.
Call.
I have a pair.
Flipping,
Okay.
There we go. Now all in.
I think.
Easy.
Ace Jack of Hearts versus fives.
Maybe get 295 back. Start over.
Exactly what you have.
305, I think. Maybe.
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
there's a set of fives for Kuhn. Dvores needs running
Right to my
cards now.
throwback. I'm like, are we chopping? Yeah.
Maybe.
Too much short deck. Ace. 305. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
If the
Dvores is just holding his chips for
back.
a moment. A situation that plays itself, especially when these two players are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Jimmy Bluffett. Thank you for joining us in the chat.
Try again. Get one of these hooligans out of here so I can have some time bangs. King Queen suited, unblocking the backdoor flush draw on the flop. What do you think? It's kind of nasty, isn't it? It's just hard because, I don't know. I have none of the offsuit combos that I usually have that I get to defend with there that, like, interact with the river, you know?
Yeah.
Like, super stupid and specific. I don't know, though. Yeah.
Also,
like,
if
you
Dan's defending.
get to choose one diamond a bunch in chip EV that you don't get to choose the river. And, I don't know. He has no bluffs that have king in them, I don't think. King of clubs.
Definitely not. Right? I mean, you can
What?
With the king of clubs, yeah.
Nah, yeah. Like every,
Right, just bluff no pockets. I think is my main one.
I don't know. It sucks though, because my range is so strong. But I don't know.
Yeah, but like
King Queen of clubs feels real close at worst
I'm
to
still,
flip.
like I'm still gonna like bet fives.
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, your only bluffs are pocket pairs.
Ace
with
three
diamonds.
suited.
You have to.
No, I don't think.
I don't think you bluff ace.
I think you do when the diamond and the jack come in.
Maybe
Yeah, you do. I mean,
just ace seems bad. Like I have other threes off of this stack too, kind of.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. You got the suited ones.
How much is it?
3, 4, 5. 6.
You
7, 8,
you started
9.
with 345?
Yeah.
Oh, really? You did? I thought you were.
3, 4,
I thought
5,
he was
6,
trolling
7,
from
8, 9.
yesterday.
Some great insight
Raise the minimum.
into what Jason Kuhn was thinking about.
That works.
On that
I
river.
used. Somebody told me I couldn't do that in a
Well, I
PokerGo
can I can
tournament.
just string raise.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
that.
No, I,
4, fuck. All in.
here's the lines.
You have pair?
They have been
No.
matched.
Yes. No pair. I have chance.
Raise the minimum.
I said that in a PokerGo tournament, and the guy was like, "You can't do that." I was like, "Yes, you can. You definitely can."
Okay, Daniel.
Yeah, you can
Dom.
just announce raise the minimum.
Well, yeah, you can. What he said, like
Regression to the mean is working
against
against you.
chips and say raise.
Yeah.
Regression to the mean is working against you.
It's some nerdy stuff. Don't
I
worry about
have
it.
no.
It means since he lost the last flip, he's gonna win this one. That's what he's saying. That's the way science
this?
works.
All spades
Oh,
out
it's still
there,
chopped.
queen high.
King 6 of spades.
Not everything is.
Ah,
100%.
okay.
Yeah.
Sweet,
So
thanks
what-
for killing the sweat.
Yeah, we were going for the chop.
Oh,
Can still
You can
chop.
still chop, bro.
Slightly less.
Slightly less. Slammy's crushed your sweat.
spade or Vogelsang is out in 7th.
All right, Tom.
Good luck, guys.
GG, Tom.
GG. Give me pleasure. Pleasure playing with you.
Can we get the?
Tom Vogelsang eliminated in 7th place, earns himself $86,000.
It's just like, oh, we could chop, Like,
Well, he's got to
Like,
get
that-
back
no,
to
that
the set
fucking
of
thing.
lost anyway. Sawyer,
Spades.
one of you.
they're filming a new season. Doc, I don't know if you heard about that.
$86,000. We look at our GG Poker payouts. Next player eliminated will earn themselves $129,000. First place, $731,000. We are here for the Super High Roller Series. The 50K No Limit Hold'em. 6 players remain. Brent, Hanks, David, Tuchman calling the action. I want to thank you all for joining us. Wherever you might be in the world, let us know in the chat. Where are you watching from?
That would be great. I have exactly 0.
I have exactly one.
Hey, so you know I got some time banks behind.
Yeah,
Okay.
we all have 6 behind them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dvores has picked up an inordinate number of big hands.
Thank you.
And except for the ace-jack of hearts versus the 5s, they've all held up or won their flips. And he's now on 1.7 million.
Heavy covered, right?
And he's back at it,
On
raising with
1.8.
queen-jack suited. Good time to get hot.
1.6 back.
I bet you do both ace 3 there. You don't have the offsuit on those.
70.
Such a small each thing, I think you do. And like you're just overall weight of the hands that you can block is so low at that point. Right. You just fold all the offsuit stuff free.
Yeah, of course. I mean, maybe he can reach into
5-3.
5-3 suited. That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
4-3 suited.
Yeah, all the
I think that's enough. Nah, I mean,
Greenwood defends,
I guess it's like what?
flops a
30,
pair with a
yeah.
straight draw. Dvores with the overcards and the spade draw. This is an action flop for sure. Pot is 185,000 in there.
To be honest,
And
I thought-
even more interesting, these guys have 2 of the biggest stacks here at the table. Both walking ever so gingerly at the moment. What a check back. Deceptive. Buries the flush. Greenwood now stone dead.
When I saw the big size.
Yeah. Watson got me with it.
And Dvores certainly disguising the strength of his hand with that check back. 2 Canadians, 2 chip leaders battling.
I have a
Greenwood's
going
gonna check it once again.
You and me are in the same camp where I'm just like, I just want to so badly.
Yeah.
I think it's, I mean, that's where you gotta take it to the next level, I guess, right? Be like, fuck it. I guess once you start folding though, you know, on stream and stuff.
Yeah, you get savage.
Yeah.
And people
No more
get
checking for
savage
Dvores.
when
He
a
bets
full
80,000.
house to Doug in their cash games and a massive pot. Like for the next like 6 months, I just call a river and people have the most savage bluffs against me.
Action back over to Sam.
Yeah, whatever. Can't be that bad, right?
Ooh, this king. Definitely not. I mean,
Just going to make the call. 345,000 in the pot.
It's better than kings.
it's better than kings, yeah. Especially the king of spades. I mean, that interacts with the one combo, king 10 suited.
Sort of a tough card for Greenwood to get away from it, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the sorts of hands that Dvores would be bluffing with, that he would have checked back flop on this. Clearly favorable flop considering range advantage big blind, right? When Sam Greenwood defends, that seems like it should smash him way more than it should Dvores, who opened the pot from middle position. And to your point, Tuck, you know, this is sort of polarizing. It's, okay, does he have a 10? Did you check back a flush draw? Or are you just bluffing with, you know, king, queen, no spade, or king, queen, queen, spade, something like that?
Bluffing's a lot less desirable. And also he's bluffing like he just check my range with like
Call. Flush.
Dvores just continues to make big hands. He said straight versus Kuhn. This time he says flush. And Dvores now, our chip leader.
Just played that hand so well.
good. Thank you.
Checking back a couple overs in the flush draw. Buries it on the turn. And, of course, Greenwood just stuck, handcuffed, thinking, buddy, I'm going to have to pay you the money. You're going to have to show me a winner. I've got a good hand.
Daniel, how much do you have, Daniel?
I'm play. I'm very play.
You make play.
Around 1.9
Shit.
million.
I created
Okay. That's one of the funniest videos you sent me. There's this, you have sent it to Jason. It's so fucking funny.
It's like this. You might know about it. It's like it's like some guy wins like the heavyweight title, and like the interviewer's like, "How does it feel to be heavyweight champion?" And the guy's like, "I very feel heavyweight champion." Just the funniest, like.
It was a Vitaly Klitschko or somebody?
The deuce.
No, but like, I think it might have been an MMA guy.
Okay. I see it.
I feel.
Because Dan is obviously Russian, so he's like his Russian impression, even though he's Russian, is just so goddamn funny.
PokerGO Hold'em is here. You can play for free. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Free. Texas Hold'em Poker. It's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, all those shows you love. Be part of the show that helps shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
I mean, everything's a mix.
Nothing matters.
No, pre-flop.
Yeah, I know.
I know, bro.
that's
You
what you meant.
tortured me. Okay.
What else would you mean?
You boys have.
What else would you mean?
Free.
Yeah, how much you got, Arthur?
250.
250? All right. I'm gonna raise all in.
All in.
I make play. Make large play.
I'm not following the reference.
Didn't have
It looks
Sandy
like
put me in,
chat
just didn't
has
have the heart.
saying that it's
Didn't have the heart
Usyk
to
who said
fold
that.
one.
I don't know what they're
Slammy
talking
isn't gonna
about.
put me
All I
with
know is
some
Dvores
Hey,
is hilarious.
No, I had
Sounds about right.
Sammy was with some napkins.
I don't know the reference, but I'm enjoying it.
Oh, it just wasn't dealing with it. Just wasn't.
Understandable.
My heart can't go on.
Six players remain. Tom Vogelsang exiting stage left in 7th place. Players do get a replenishment of time cards with 6 remaining. So each player gets another 6 cards. Adams came to the final table as a chip leader. Really hasn't gotten out of line. Has been somewhat card dead. And he is facing an all-in from here from Martirosyan. And Adams is not going to get away from it, but might not have the chance because Dvores has ace-queen. The deck just continues to hit Dvores in the face.
Dvores now in between. Do I call or perhaps shoot it up a little bit more? Try to get this thing heads up. You are worried about Adams in the event that he could have a big hand. For the times that he is just looking to fold and doesn't love the spot to begin with, maybe just make it, you know, 400, something like that.
Le minimum.
He's going to make the minimum.
And Dvores with the ISO play to 470. Adams gets out of the way. And
GG's, Artur.
Oh, sorry, I ruined the sweat.
No, it's all right. It's King Jack 10 flop.
I just crack up at this. I raised the minimum.
I invented that.
Ooh.
2 clubs, Dvores with a flush draw.
A lot of spice.
Dvores technically a favorite now, still behind though, but no longer. Yeah, everything going Dvores' way right now. Straights, flushes, he's making it all, and he has eliminated another player.
Yeah.
Artur Martirosyan, the Russian, gone in 6th place. He'll take home $129,000. Remaining 5 players guaranteed. 172.
In the bubble, the 100K where I had 5s. Exact same seats. Remember you had Queen 10?
Martirosyan certainly
like 9
disappointed. Just couldn't get it going today at all. I was out in 6th place.
Yeah, take a look at our GG Poker payouts. The remaining 5 players guaranteed $172,000, 731 up top, and you really gotta like Martirosyan's style. Easy for you to say. Just he's not one of those players who's going to fold his way up the ladder. He is going to fight. He's going to battle. And you kind of get the feeling that he was going to bow out either 7th or 6th or come in 1st or 2nd with his style.
Yeah.
Just turn him over.
Swinging early.
Or whatever you think you saw.
Just ran into some big
saw
hands.
what I'm like pretty sure was
You
just
give the information to everyone else.
all that I'm confident I saw was that it wasn't paint.
Wasn't paint.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just like
Okay, now you're out of hand. It doesn't matter.
You're good.
You have.
I make
yeah, I
600 and
that was stupid.
670.
Those spots are weird, anyways.
On my live poker tricks, I forgot,
670?
670, yeah.
Jurgen Smevik in the chat says, shocked Phil Ivey didn't make the final table. He made a run at it.
90.
Unfortunately for him, he fell short, but he's had an epic week. 5 final tables, 2 titles here in Northern Cyprus for the legend Phil Ivey. He is back.
285.
Okay.
And I'm happy with it.
Believe. Are we blind on blind again, Dvores Kuhn?
We are.
We've seen this.
Not a bad flop for Dvores. He's got a wheel draw. He's got backdoor clubs. He is the raiser.
Yeah, and it comes ace high, which he's supposed to have more of those. Not saying Kuhn wouldn't defend, but he's able to represent.
Dvores on 2.2 million, 2.3 at the start of this hand. He bet 60K. Kuhn has some backdoor stuff going on. kind of just be a naked float if he does, and that looks like he's going to do it.
He does have a little bit of a naked float, Tuck, but we are ahead of, again, this sort of holding, right? 3-4 of clubs,
Absolutely.
7-8, 6-7 of the suited variety. And this is a really interesting one for Dvores.
Yeah,
Another
did you
open
order the
card.
spicy turn card?
Right. The club variety, open-ended for Kuhn, but Dvores also considering two-barreling, but he may readjust. As
All in.
we know Kuhn can have an ace. And just look at
So
this.
much
The
cards.
overbet slam at home.
Fold. Fold. Can I see a river?
How many outs you got? How many outs you got?
At least 8, maybe more.
Or just might have the best hand.
Kim, you know your fireworks thing?
Great play by Dvores.
Sorry?
The
Katy Perry
fireworks.
song?
Fireworks. You
The
said
song,
you
Katy
were
Perry.
with those 9, yeah. Jadden had like a bit joke, which was like
You had a
when you
bad
had like
queen?
in like 2007 when you were at a table with like all these like, you know, an F-15 whatever types.
Maybe
would-
make all in
You
free.
would go to the bathroom on his big blind, and then just wait for them to get in like some like 300 big blind pot, fighting for the dead big blind. Soften up the table.
Nice hand.
That turn shove from Dvores is just absolutely that's strong play from him. Can he do that because he doesn't put Kuhn on a big ace? Talk us through that one, Brent. I mean, how can he do that with 4 high when he gets called on the flop?
You know, if Kuhn has a 9, you just put him in jail. He picked up enough equity where even if Kuhn does have an ace for some, you know, somehow it didn't elect to 3-bet pre-flop, a bad ace, and he does have a hand that he can call with, you obviously have a plethora of outs. It's more just about using that chip lead, leveraging, pushing Kuhn's relatively vulnerable stack around. Keep in mind, Vogelsang, to Dvores' right, is the short stack here. So, you know, for Dvores, he just had too many outs, right? And Kuhn has a lot of 9s there and has a lot of folds, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Strong play, and Dvores once again flops a huge draw. Straight draw, flush draw. He was dominated pre-flop by Adams ace-queen. But Dvores can't miss. Timothy Adams makes the call. Pot now 285,000. Not many turn cards for Adams, but that was one of them. The ace of clubs. Thank you very much. And Timothy now a 3-1 favorite to win the hand.
And for Adams, you know, kudos to him for how he's played this pot. He's very under-repped. He's understanding that Dvores is opening quite wide on the button as the chip leader. And this is a sort of a similar situation we saw a moment ago where he's able to 2-barrel. He can represent this sort of card, an ace on the turn. He doesn't think Adams has many. And again, he's got a lot of outs, plenty of equity to do it. Flush draw, gutter. You may even think his queen is live if he thinks that Adams can have some sort of 6. perhaps a 5.
Adams makes the call. This pot is starting to grow. 665,000 now in the middle. Dvores looking for a 3 or a spade. And somehow, some way, Dvores misses. I haven't said that today.
Yeah, the Prince of Poultry. He's showing us his skill set on full display right here. Unbelievably under-repped with ace-queen out of the big blind. Let's see if Dvores goes for all 3 streets. Don't think he can have too many 4s. Could he have a hand like 5-4? Sure. 6-4 suited? Yeah. Can have those hands. But
Check.
Adams has one that we are not folding. That's a good give up.
Dvores does knuckle it back. Adams shows him the bad news. And I believe that hand will take us to break. Timothy Adams back up to 1.9 million. But the first hour or so of this broadcast was all Daniel Dvores. We lost 2 players, 5 players when we return in 10 minutes.
Of champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Hi, Caxton. Bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is. The Super High Roller Bowl, a $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition is next.
And BK, 14 bigs, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
On.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace-10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Solver, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King-Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
The cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh. Brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer. A little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities?
Right, there you go.
Oh,
it's never easy with BK, but
there is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game. Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Brent.
Good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Adamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean's stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Adamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end of the level, or we done the final?
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first. Bluff me. 295.
Kind of clickback territory.
I doubt you have
Or no, meatier than that, huh?
Meatier than a clickback, and for Adamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Adamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Adamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. You showed me a fucking 9. I'd be sad.
Probably can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Adamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before,
Maybe
he's
not for that much.
been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Adamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
$350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ollie. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ollie. Adamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there.
Oh, and he does put it in, Ollie. And
2 10s, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
wow. You very well said, Ali. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Adamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Adamo ask?
Would you jam aces here? And then he said, probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Adamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh, my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable. But with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, in this field,
The
it's
sweet
all the same.
science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
went
more
and
intense in this
probably
alley.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I'm just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now. Is Bonomo considering big boy moves right here? He is
not
putting
just
them in
considering,
with the suited
executing.
10, so note the bubble application
Break
of
in.
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes
Brewer
up with an ace
Here we
queen.
go, right
Biggest
away.
flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already.
Welcome back. The 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe event number 6. We are live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Northern Cyprus. David Tuchman, Brent Hanks calling the action, and we are down to 5 players. First couple of levels of today were all Daniel Dvores. He is our chip leader. Lines are now 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 ante. Timothy Adams in green standing up on the right side of your screen. He is in second place. The Canadians dominating the leaderboard. 3 of the final 5, and the 3 chip leaders, all Canadian. Jason Kuhn, a distant 4th, and Russian Viacheslav Buldygin is our short stack, and very short at that. The remaining 5 players all guaranteed $172,000. Brent, first 2 levels, Daniel Dvores could do no wrong.
He's been unstoppable. Card distribution his favor. A couple of all-ins have gone his way as well. And I give credit to Buldygin, our short stack. He managed to ladder up a couple of pay spots, guaranteed at a minimum $172,000. And right now, certainly one of the Canadians trying to take home first place prize as 3 remain, Tuck. You pointed out.
The 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl has begun. You can follow all of the live reporting, all of the updates over on pgt.com. We'll put the link in the chat for you. And undoubtedly, all these players will jump right into that one. When this tournament ends, if it ends in relatively normal time, we will pick up the action of day 1 there. Scheduling update tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, and then on April 15th, 7 a.m. Eastern. Once again, there'll be more Super High Roller Bowl coverage. So make sure you join us. You don't want to miss a minute of that. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. We're looking at Timothy Adams. Blind on blind. Nothing there for either player. Adams in the small blind, Greenwood in the big blind. A board like this, when both players miss, who has the range advantage, the small blind or the big blind?
I mean, both players are, I would say, relatively wide open, right? I mean, Adams can be limping with a premium. Greenwood is really never checking back. I would say it would favor the small blind, only because he can limp bigger hands. Like, give Greenwood a hand like ace-jack in the big blind. Would he ever just knuckle? Probably not. Obviously here, a little nugget for Adams. We have, in fact, made a pair. Greenwood may just take the equity to the dome. He's got the gut shot.
Not going to fire at it. Somewhat of a nothing burger pot, just 120,000 in there.
Yeah, for Adams, though, you're just thrilled to make a pair and get the showdown. Greenwood with the nut low.
Yeah, he can't beat the board.
If Greenwood does stab at it here, which I certainly wouldn't fault him, he's hoping that Adams limped in with a very terrible ace, right? Hand like ace 5, ace 3, ace deuce.
Yeah, of course. That's a good play.
Greenwood's going to bet 80,000.
That's
So
the only
Timothy
shot he
getting-
has to win the pot, right? Greenwood can't show down 3 high.
Yeah, it's not often that you'll see a board without a pair and a 4, and you still say, hey, I'm playing the board, but that's exactly what Sam Greenwood has. Adams getting 2.5 to 1. He does make the call, and Greenwood with a wry smile. I play the board.
Play the board.
Adams thrilled to hear that. That's all he could beat was a bluff.
Tim was just setting up the trap the whole hand.
Yeah.
Adams back up over 2 million chips. Looks like we're getting a new deck in there. Give us a chance to talk about PokerGo Hold'em. It's here. It's free. That's right, free. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Did I mention it's free? Yeah. PokerGo Hold'em. It's available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. The best part of it, I tell you, Brent Hank's voice. That's right.
Yeah.
He is the voice of the game.
Don't I feel a little
I didn't even know you could go to PokerGoHold'em.com. I'm going to check that out right now. PokerGoHold'em.com. Let's see. What is that?
Have you thought about maybe
Look at that.
having another user in there? Maybe you could have a second one where you can get more chips.
Ooh, like a burner?
Thinking of
Yeah.
all the bluffs.
Yeah.
Not very creative of thinking of the value bets. What bluff do I beat?
Scott Graham in the chat, he said, if it's free, it's for me. I like that, Scott. Me too. I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah.
What can I beat? I've named 3 hands I call.
Yes.
Wow, you got Fuck.
Damn it.
The man of many faces, Buldygin. I love this guy. His antics, they crack me up, Tuck. Watch him roll back his eyes, his little smirks.
Yeah, Viacheslav Buldygin, the Russian, our short stack. An interesting cat, for sure. You never hate it when you get a walk in the big blind, but he looked down at ace-jack offsuit, and I think he certainly wouldn't have minded action that one. Kuhn picks up 2 red 10s. He's our second shortest stack.
Yeah, he might be just considering open rip. Well, he's going to come out with a little standard. And 20-40, I believe, David.
Yeah, we are. So he's on 12.5 big blinds.
Ooh, boy.
All in.
That is just ridiculously lucky for Buldygin, and man, for Kuhn to be a 4-1 dog here as opposed to a flip
should've
is
waited.
just awful.
Should have waited for him to turn his hand over and muck my cards.
Buldygin in great shape to double up. He is at risk, though. 10 in the window.
Whoa.
You'll get a sweat, though.
Club.
Yeah, you'll get a club.
Okay.
I believe in you, man. Give that man a club. Let's make this some TV.
Give us club.
There it is, baby.
Yes. Yes.
Too many outs, brother.
Thank you. What club you want?
6.
Trivia?
6 of clubs.
Buldygin with
Is the
10
exact
outs.
club I'd like.
Okay, 2. 2 fine.
What just happened?
Ah, sick. Okay.
It is a 6. It
Scary.
is not a
Did you see that,
club.
the burn?
Full house for Kuhn, and Buldygin
Yeah, it was like I didn't know
has
she
been
burned or
eliminated.
not.
Yeah, when you said that, I immediately looked at.
Yeah, I was looking at the amount of burns.
Yeah, she was just like, no.
Playing mind tricks on me. I honestly, I know exactly what really happened there. The river was a club, and she threw that shit in the burn.
Kuhn. Oh, well, hey, listen, it started off rough for Kuhn, but my goodness, can it turn around ever so quickly. Gets there against Buldygin, a dirty bad beat. We lose the Russian. Fifth place, 172,000, Tuck. Now we're playing for a lot of cheese.
Yeah, 236,500 guaranteed for the remaining 4 players. Everybody's got some chips now. And, you know, really impressive by Buldygin. He came in as the short stack, did a great job to ladder up, had to get very unlucky
He is my
to lose
mortal.
that one.
I'm not trying to stack anybody here. I'm just trying to
get in third.
Let the other guys do something. Dude, no, come on. I'm at least trying to fold into second.
Wow, that was very lucky.
That was certainly one
You're
of those
allowed to
hands
get
that plays
lucky in
itself.
this game. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I think lucky is kind of an interesting word as Adams raises it up to 80,000. That's a hand that's going to play itself. I mean, if you reverse the hands and you give Kuhn the queens and Buldygin the tens, the same thing happens. All the chips are going in. Kuhn is all in with 5s.
Thank you.
You're fucking good.
Kuhn now up to 990. I believe it has about 1.3. And then you've got Dvores and Adams who have all the chips. But this is still really anyone's ball game.
And then he's just like, bam.
Bro, the sick thing is, honestly, I mean, he flipped his queen so fast. What do you do if I show my hand but I haven't put in any chips and he just flips?
I think once you show your hand out, you're
committed.
just
Call.
Yeah. I mean, for
not
sure.
by the rules, you aren't.
No, but
I would have. I would have.
It would be
done
the
it.
sickest angle. Or,
yeah, for sure. I would have done it.
Like, starting or creating a meta that involves people like trying to pull shit like that, especially, you know, would just horrible for everything.
For everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 spot.
I believe wholeheartedly there is 0 chance that even had Buldygin turned the queens over before Kuhn technically called, Kuhn still would have called. He's just a man of ethics. There's just no way he would have pulled that angle.
Moral integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
he was 100% putting the money in.
Kuhn trying to see a flop cheap. Adams says, I don't think so. He's going to pop it up to 135,000, and I imagine Kuhn's hand will go in the muck.
I see.
Damn, I always
the best hand. Right in the muck. Maybe at ace king.
Me? You're too good at his.
Queen 8 off.
Nah, I think he had ace king.
No, you.
Oh, I did have a queen. Yes, correct.
Dan keeps peeking at your cards.
Yeah, what does this guy look at my whole cards for?
You are watching the Super High Roller Series Europe. This is event number 6, the 50K No Limit Hold'em. 43 entries, whittled down to our final 4. Old Man Cannabis in the chat says, Kuhn is my favorite player. That's a pretty good choice.
That's my favorite name in the chat
like
thus far. Old Man Cannabis?
Well, also, like, right on the edge there.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
Oh, man. Adams. King's last hand, Queen's this hand.
Yeah, he's giving it to him now. Kuhn, I mean, yeah, we're going to come in with the raise with the ace-5 off. Seems reasonable. Why not? We all know what's coming here.
Jackson
Jason
Dickery.
points out super friendly table talk. Yeah, Jackson, and he's exactly right. Tuck, these guys are good friends. I mean, all four of these guys know each other quite well. Kuhn, Dvores. Dvores and Adams, I believe, traveled out here together. Sam Greenwood also from Canada. They have all played against one another for a number of years, both live and online.
Yeah, there's a healthy amount of respect that these gentlemen have for each other. And it's great to see, you know, from a fan's perspective. You just love to see these players kind of, you know, battling hard, playing hard, but at the same time, some great banter at the table. Makes our jobs a lot easier.
Kuhn wondering, like, can Adams absolutely be out of line here? He's just, that's a nice disciplined little fold with ace-5. It's probably easier said than done. I think everything inside of Kuhn wanted to just rip it home.
I think he was very aware that Adams could have been out of line there. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Timothy Adams back in the lead with 2.22 million. Daniel Dvores right on his tail with 2.12 million. Sam Greenwood and Jason Kuhn rounding out our final table. 4 players remain. All of them guaranteed $236,500. Pay jumps now rather gargantuan. They 90,000 between 4th and 3rd. 150,000 between 2nd and 3rd. The GG Poker payouts. Buldygin, our latest casualty, earned himself $172,000. Did a great job laddering up. Got very unlucky to have queens when Jason Kuhn had 10s.
I look at it the other way. I think it's very unlikely to have 2 10s when another guy's got 2 queens. It's not right, Tuck.
I love hanging out with nerds.
Did he just say I love hanging out with nerds?
Yeah, all these guys brilliant. All they do is talk poker nonstop.
Maybe 4-bet fold.
Ryan Rob 444 says I just want to drink a beer or 3 with Tuck and Hanks. We can make that happen.
All right.
I'm always up for a beer. I know Brent likes his beer as well.
It's got to be at least 3, though, Tuck.
Yeah, no. What's 1?
You just have so much other stuff to shut. Like, just get the pile King 9 suited or whatever.
10 high flop here. Another interesting flop. Greenwood with a pair of 9s, Dvores with the overcards and the straight draw.
Just a pure coin flip. Queen Jack versus that singular 9.
Greenwood checks. Zachary Marsh in the chat says unlucky is sometimes lucky, going back to those 10s versus queens. Yeah, it's one of those sometimes be careful what you wish for type situations. Dvores betting 80K. I can't imagine Greenwood folding just yet. Sam makes the call. 5 of clubs on the turn. Pot is 280,000.
And clearly the sort of card that Greenwood is hoping would fall on the turn, right? Whenever we have a middling pair like this, it's always vulnerable whenever
bunch of Canadian
Broadway cards and ace appeals.
Yeah.
Let's see what Dvores decides.
My flag online's been Canada for
Probably
so long.
understands that Greenwood has a 9 or a 10. It would be unlikely for him to want to fold if he were to bet one more time.
Can we bluff with the ace of spades? If
Oh,
we're
we can.
Dvores?
We can. You know, you're telling a thin tale, but You know, if Dvores did stab with something like ace-x on the flop, perhaps he could have had spades and bet the flop and then check back turn, taking his equity right to the forehead. We also still beat hands like 7-8, right? So queen high has a little showdown value. He will check back.
Oh, I thought it was suited.
Dvores left wondering, maybe I should have bluffed that one.
Doesn't look thrilled. But he's hit everything today. I'm wondering, maybe he's surprised he missed.
Yeah. How did I miss that? I got a straight draw. What's going on? Maybe the new dealer didn't get the memo. Hello, Linus in Sweden. Hello, Sweden. Poker, truly a global game. No matter where you go, you can always find a poker game.
820.
One of the great things about this game, Dvores picks up sevens, asks for Jason Kuhn's stack. Kuhn on about 20 big blinds.
And I think for Dvores, he makes it 120 there, probably towards the bottom, right, of pocket pairs that you would just 3x and you would be snapping off if Kuhn did shove. Give him 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, probably 6s, and you just open rip. You don't even want to give Jason Kuhn a price to call. Just make him decide for his entire tournament life. Unless you make a set, those hands are so vulnerable, Tuck.
Paul's still here, right?
Paul's just good at poker, dude.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like,
yeah,
some of his other teammates play.
Yeah.
Sam Greenwood picks up ace queen, blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. And I was wondering that, Brent. I was wondering if he was just going to grip and rip the sevens, but seven's just too good. You want to get a little value at the hand as good as that, huh?
Yeah. You know, if Kuhn had ace-x, I think it's in there. This could be a confrontation here. A couple of eights.
Yeah.
Greenwood's open with
both
ace
players.
Queen. Greenwood is the second shortest stack.
Yeah, both players with hands just, I think, too good to let go, depending on how they play. This one could get big. Greenwood with the min raise. Dvores just calls with the snowmen.
Yeah, exemplifying pot control here in position. Adam's going to get laid a price with queen 10.
Yeah, we can see he's dominated, but he's getting a nice price. 40,000 to win 260,000. Blue chips are 5K. Green chips are 25K.
Call.
Adams does make the call. Pot now 300,000. Easy game.
Oh my gosh.
Top set here for Daniel Dvores.
How does he do it? Running so pure.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of draws, but that's about it.
Pretty brutal one for Greenwood. Dvores flatting in position. That's going to contain a lot of small pairs. Yes, it can have hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack suited. But then also Tim Adams coming along for the ride from the big blind, and this is the texture that you see. Not exactly ideal for ace-queen.
Yeah, and I really like this check from Greenwood.
He's
I
falling
think a
asleep.
lot of players. Yeah, I think a lot of players make the mistake of You know, well, I raised pre-flop, so I've got to put that continuation bet out there, not understanding the story that Dvores is telling, what Dvores is going to have when he flats in position, what kind of hands Timothy is going to have in the big blind. You know, by checking, you get value from worse when they're bluffing.
It depends on so many things.
You're just not going to get it through very often. Greenwood had a backdoor spade draw, which is null and void now with the 7 of diamonds on the turn. You see in the bottom left corner of your screen the percentages. Dvores cannot lose this hand unless he folds.
The winter, like in November.
And we know that's not going to happen.
It starts getting dark. 3:30.
Yes, yeah, I could do that.
You can. We kind of. I'll wait. I won't do anything.
$40-minute levels. Came back today playing 10,000, 20,000. We're playing 20,000, 40,000 now. And Dvores with nearly a pot-sized bet, and Greenwood snap folds.
About that. Obviously, she's from there, so she's less.
Yeah, Dvores
she's used to it more, but
took the pot route for the times that Greenwood
if
was trying to remain under rep, perhaps pot controlling with a hand as good as aces. Could have been something like 2 10s, where he would have just check called. Sort of a way ahead, way behind scenario for those sorts of holdings, and Dvores was also trying to deny equity, the presence of 2 flush draws as well.
Maybe made a dicey defend, but I just wanted to be in there in the pass.
I loved it. I loved your defend.
Daniel Dvores back in the chip lead with 2.3 million or 59 big blinds.
8-5.
Jason Kuhn, our short stack, on just 760,000. That is 19 big blinds, and he picks up a playable hand, King Queen off suit.
King 9 off.
What's your
Just a call.
What?
Queen 10 off.
1.2.
Okay.
Jack 10 off.
175. Yeah.
All in. Seven, 6.
I need to peel that.
I hope you do, buddy.
Oh.
Call.
I'm gonna win.
There you go. Pocket nines versus King Queen. We've got a race.
Today I get very lucky.
Jason Kuhn at risk.
Nice call. Push up. I have 18. He's got 30. I feel like it's whatever.
I like shoving.
Good spot, yeah.
Yeah, I think you should have raised folded.
Yes.
A lot of outs. Wow. Kuhn can catch a jack, a queen, a king, or a
Definitely
10.
need a long deck for this one.
I don't think, bro. I think 10 ball. Yeah.
There's a king. And Greenwood now drawing dead to a 9. 9 ball
Very
corner
lucky
pocket.
with my best friends.
Not going to happen. 5 of clubs on the river, and
760,
Jason
yeah.
Kuhn the
You
full
may.
double up to 1.58 million.
Yeah, huge for Kuhn. Unfortunate for Greenwood. I did like his comment, though. He says, glad we're playing
Oh, you
the
got it.
full
Here you
deck
go.
for this
There's
game
50,
instead of
there's
short
60.
deck. Otherwise, 9s are just dead.
I think it's the one.
Yeah, 19 big blind.
Because raise calling becomes.
Greenwood now in trouble. Down to 435,000.
Yeah, that's
Got
where I
about
was
10
at,
bigs,
man.
Tuck.
I'm glad to hear I'm passing my quiz so far. For
Dude,
being a short deck player, I ain't bad. All right, maybe a little too sticky.
Bump you now.
Well, with the long deck, I can have so many pocket pairs.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could have so many. I was making up pocket pairs you could have. I don't know, man. That's a hard spot. You don't have to defend much, but I don't fucking have any good hands really, unless I got like the nut flush or ace of diamonds ace or something.
Yeah, you got some slow plays, but it's a few.
Yeah, it's just a little teeny.
I think what bothers you is Dan just got greedy.
Yeah, he messed me up. Him and Watson both just shred. Well, I mean, it's not
I
greedy.
bet pot.
It's not greedy when you know I'm going to call your ass. It's just the right play, you know? It's Watson did the same thing to me in the 100K the other day. He's like, I'm not supposed to bet bigger than half pot, but this moron's going to call me, so pot.
I think
And
I
I'm just like,
think I can bet pot there.
Some great table talk, courtesy of Jason Kuhn, talking a little bit of strategy.
anything at a final table, know 'em, hold 'em, that you say, I'm going to believe over what I think.
Ooh. I'd be
That's a
careful.
dangerous
I
game.
say a lot of random things with
Dangerous
a lot of
game.
confidence.
I spent the most person I spent time around in poker is Dan, and that's a very dangerous game.
Well, he's optimistic.
Very optimistic.
Very optimistic.
No, I mean, I'm optimistic, but like, not as optimistic as like some of the other guys we play against.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Every time I do something like stupid related to some esoteric thing and no one would hold 'em, you're my guy. You're right.
Last 10 minutes, pretty unkind for Sam Greenwood, who went from over 1 million to about 10 big blinds.
Well, he's in a kind situation here, as I believe Adams may have good enough of a hand to call it off against Greenwood. There's a 415,000 chips. Let's see.
Adams also opened up 3x. He went 3 times the big blind as opposed to just 2.
You said 450, right?
1-5. 4-1-5.
Can I just kind of just? I don't trust this guy.
Always got it. Always got it.
415, yeah. Okay.
I'm really enjoying this.
I call it in.
Ace Jack,
You
Ace
guys wanna chop
7.
this one up?
Greenwood at
That's
risk, a
spades?
2-to-1 favorite
It's not offsuit
to survive.
There's going to be a little wheel ski.
I think it's the spot we talked about the other day with the 10 DB on this button.
I mean, bro,
Decades.
Nostradamus.
How much is it? 415.
Both players with a
Like
wheel
he's not
draw.
gonna make the wheel.
Adams can win it with a
Right,
7.
right, right.
No 6.
You have a heart?
They'll chop it with a 5. Board pairing, a deuce, a 3.
Inch it closer to
7
him,
wins it for Adams.
Wow. You
But the
did-
King
you
of
knew it.
Hearts,
You were in
that's
touch
for
with
Greenwood, and Greenwood with the full double, back to 930K.
And that's fair, right? Come on, you got to let Greenwood get back into this. Lost a critical coin flip a moment ago. Fellow Canadians with the courtesy double up. Welcome back, Mr. Greenwood, amongst the Sequoias at this final table.
I'm not going to lie, Brent. You and I have commentated a lot of poker in our lives. And there are tables where we're kind of hoping for it to end, you know? But this one here with this table talk, sign me up for the next 5 hours. This is great.
It's great, and they're all hilarious, too. I mean, I've gotten to,
I
at least I know Jason Kuhn quite well.
Yes.
I've known
Pure path.
Mr. Adams for a number of years just through poker. Greenwoods, I'm familiar with the family. I talked to the one brother quite a bit. Dvores, he's my favorite Instagram follow, Tuck, because he's a diehard fisherman. You should see his Instagram. Just pulling walleye out left and right, cooking them up, slicing them up.
It's not the best time to be a poker player in a lot of different scenarios, but maybe high stakes. That is
just around, just over 1.6.
Okay.
Including my.
$140.
You have.
I think we're about neck and neck, man.
Okay. Call.
Kuhn raising. Adams makes the call. Blind on blind. 9 high flop. About as dry as it gets here. 9-3 deuce. No suits. Both players with some backdoor equity. Kuhn's king high. Very much in the lead right now. He checks. Action over to the Canadian, Timothy Adams. 3 of the final 4 players are Canadian.
I think for Adams, he's understanding that if he were to bet this texture, after Kuhn being the aggressor, opening and then knuckling, he's going to need to dial up multiple streets, whether he makes a hand with Jack-10 or doesn't, right? We're going to bet the 100 here. Kuhn likely to peel. He's got backdoor shovels, and just, he may believe that king high is the best hand.
And sure enough,
it is, as we can see.
Now there's the call.
And Adams expects this, right? So we know that he expects Kuhn to call. Now the question is, what are we doing right here? We go unimproved with Jack-10 high.
If he expects the call, you have to imagine he is going to fire a second bullet, whether it be here or whether it be on the river, unless some cards come off that would favor Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And I think that's sort of where Adams is. And it looks like he is going to knuckle. That's a comforting card there for Kuhn. Just make top pair. It's a sweetheart of a ticket.
Now, if you're Kuhn and you're playing the hand as somewhat of a bluff catcher, do you continue to check and let your opponent bluff at it? We have to imagine that Adams would bluff at it, or is that king going to stop him?
I think we bet here because Adams bet the flop, right? He's thinking that maybe he picked up a pair of 6s along the way. Would he have bet a hand like 5-6 suited and then knuckled back when he paired a 6? You know, that's what Kuhn's hoping for.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh,
Nonetheless, Kuhn does bet, and Kuhn
not
takes it
that
down, and
No,
I believe that's going to put Kuhn ahead of Timothy Adams.
2 pairs.
Don't forget, Kuhn was all in for his tournament life with 5s versus Daniel Dvores' ace-jack of hearts.
Wow.
Doubled up there, and he hasn't looked back.
Strong pairs.
BDFD make king.
Big one. Power king.
Power king. Oh, boy.
Just honest.
750.
Pass.
How much do you have, Stan? 885.
885.
Sorry, 890. I put too much in the big blind. 890. $135. 135.
Greenwood, suited ace.
Sermon time.
Another button open here from Adams.
Roast.
Surprised.
Yeah, this is actually small blind. This is small blind. Adams raising 135 from there. Greenwood.
Oh, apologies. I thought I saw the button right in front of Adams. That's in front of Kuhn.
Yeah.
Ah, that explains the upward sizing.
So much better.
Yeah, just sermon.
Oh man, can't
Greenwood
believe
just called.
20 euros for one of these in one.
And Greenwood
will not be there.
Hits middle pair. 310,000 in the pot.
Stars.
Action on Adams.
On your hotel rooms.
Send this to a little segregated breakfast area.
George R. asking, are they playing in Cyprus? Yeah, we're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Triton Series, leading right into the Super High Roller Series. And it all ends with the Super High Roller Bowl, the $250,000.
You've played poker?
Super High Roller Bowl starts now.
Not close.
I agree.
And that'll run through April 15th.
Just so quiet, so peaceful. It's like where mentally I felt the most at ease.
I can see. Treat you great.
And I believe they actually pushed back the starting time for the Super High Roller Bowl Day 1. Cards in the air at 5 p.m. local time there in Cyprus.
So that would be, I think, in 53 minutes or 43 minutes. Pardon me.
Yeah. 7 a.m. our time, Tuck, out here on the West Coast in the States.
20% out of the poker stops.
Give some opportunity, too, for the unfortunate folks who
It's beautiful.
may bust here today.
In that area that didn't get blown
Gives
up.
them the opportunity to hop in, get in the ring for that $250K. I would assume all of the players here will jump into that event.
I think that's a safe assumption. Greenwood, not surprisingly, calls. Pot is now 790,000.
Yeah, Adams took a shot there on the turn. Not a bad card to bet with the King 8. He's got filler hands. Greenwood, again, I think he could have gone all in pre-flop with ace-6 suited in hopes of getting a lot of folds, but he is once again taking a route that has given him the opportunity to collect maximum value for this particular holding. Now, he could face a huge decision here on the river if Adams pulls the trigger. You can see the SPR stack to pot ratio. Greenwood 515,000 in a stack, 790 in the middle.
Adams gives up. Greenwood very happy to get the showdown, and Greenwood's going to win a big pot. And now Timothy Adams, who came into our final table as a chip leader, is now our short stack.
He faded it.
Yeah, and he, you know, despite being the short stack and losing a couple of these pots, he still has been, I think, in firm control of his destiny. He's never really made any outlandish plays or given away chips, if you will. Right there, he could have put Sam Greenwood in a very difficult spot. However, he conserved that stack as we are inevitably going to be going up to the 25K, 50K level here momentarily.
Oh, sorry.
We'll have 20 blinds.
Not sure.
23? Or 22?
Yeah, you had 22, right?
Yeah, blinds are 25K, 50K now.
I don't know.
CLNC says, luckily I'm on the East Coast. I don't have to worry about losing sleep, but I am watching this at work. Good for you. That is good stuff. I like that. Ace-4 diamonds here for Adams. Nobody below 1 million. Adams is our short stack.
Me?
So he's got 20 big blinds. Kelly Allen asking if the Super High Roller Bowl, the 250K, is a rebuy event. And from what you said yesterday, Brent, it's a single re-entry. Is that what it is?
I believe it is a single re-entry event. I'm checking it out right now on PGT.com. 5 p.m. start, no limits.
Adams getting really unlucky.
Play.
Seems like every time that Adams picks up a playable hand, somebody else has a much bigger hand behind him.
Oh, do you want me to tell you?
It's like 900 behind exactly.
Yeah, I started with just over 1 million.
Yeah.
Greenwood all in with nines. And this hand is over.
Should have 3-bet me. I would shove.
King Queen?
Ace-4 suited.
I had ace-3. Good lay down, man.
I had 6-5 of spades.
Ace of spades.
It went into a flop. You calling a shove?
I had the same hand as you. Ace full of hearts.
Wow.
Animal.
Yeah, I was trying to guess your exact suit too. I had the same hand I had with that guy.
I guess that's why me shoving would work out just fine.
And it is Tuck a single re-entry for super high rollerball. That is confirmed. So the max you can be in for is just a measly $500,000.
I'm trying to. I can't remember it.
I had 2 9s.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, so he was kidding about the suited ace. He had 2 9s.
Oh, he had 9s. Okay.
Yeah.
Should have
saying he
3-bet.
had the same hand again.
Nah.
I was snake bitten after losing, you know.
I feel you. I wouldn't try to be in there.
Also, all the all-ins at this table have been like, you know, kind of good for the big codes, not for the POs.
Now you have
1 3 1 1 5.
Greenwood raising to 100K. Kuhn staring at a suited king. I put a tweet out there. I said, table talk from this table is pure gold. Jason Kuhn responded, home game.
It really is. It seems that way, doesn't it? Again, just a group of friends battling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Kuhn here.
Yeah, this is just like my home game. Yeah, flatting the suited king pays off here. A final table where if one of these players had an edge, it is the slimmest of edges for just absolute beasts when it comes to no limit hold'em.
$180.
Greenwood bet 60,000. Kuhn not going to waste any time. He's going to raise right away with trips.
I love this from Kuhn. And yes, clearly we can see he has trips, but let's give Kuhn hands that aren't nearly as strong. Give him some back doors. He would do this with a hand that's bad, right? And that's exactly why Greenwood is floating with just queen high, coming along for the ride. He does not believe that Kuhn has trip kings here. He thinks that Kuhn is up to no good, and this is trouble now. Ooh.
Well, Greenwood picks up a flush draw.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of talked us through that one, and I was going to ask you, if you are bet calling a raise, you obviously aren't going to bet call with all of your hands. You're going to fold some of those. Queen 8, I guess just enough with a queen and backdoor diamonds to call that?
350.
Yeah, the backdoor flush draw helps. The power of queen high, and you know, he's just simply a non-believer that Kuhn even had trips here. He was hoping to possibly be able to take it away on later streets, saying, buddy, I know you're bluffing. Wave the Dikembe. I'm going to get you back on the turn or the river. This changes things now. Kuhn fires out a hefty shell on the turn, and this is where it gets all of a sudden dicey for Greenwood as he's picked up plenty of equity. In fact, it could be dangerous.
Call.
He's going to make simply just the call. I give him credit here. I think there's another world in which he could have just ripped it home, still being a non-believer in Kuhn, but perhaps now he gives him credit for a king and says, all right, let's make a diamond.
Kuhn fills up. Greenwood just a bluff catcher here with the queen.
Yeah, I don't think we can make the call with queen high. We know Kuhn is going to grip, rip, plow home. 1.3 out there, Tuck, as you stated. I don't know if we can make the call with queen high. Certainly, we know that Kuhn would never make this play with ace high. I think Greenwood just simply knows now Kuhn had a king. There you go. Nice fold.
Jason Kuhn now up to 2.4 million chips. He might be our chip
You missed
leader.
diamonds?
Kuhn spot on, by
He
the way. He
is,
said you missed diamonds, huh?
Anyway.
Has to be, right?
Okay.
It's never a king. It's never a deuce. He must have picked up that diamond draw.
10 high diamonds. Damn it.
That's what he meant. He's like pretty. Pretty big. $850, right?
Playing 25,000, 50,000 blinds right now. So Greenwood on just 17.5 big blinds. Dvores now second in chips on 2.2 million. And here's your new chip leader, Jason Kuhn, who again was all in with fives. Had to win a flip. Flopped a set of fives and has not looked back.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but he never gave up, man. Everything was going against him. And he won that huge flip against Dvores, and he just keeps on fighting. That's the spirit of Jason Kuhn. When he gets going, I mean, I'm telling you, when that engine is fired up and he is harnessing that horsepower for Kuhn, he is unstoppable, especially when he's focused on really studying the craft that is No Limit Hold'em. I mean, it's arguably maybe the best player in the world, Dave.
Kuhn limps. Adams raising up to 165,000. Kuhn's not folding. I think we know that, right?
No, he's not. He can have some limp shoves here, but, you know, maybe it's not really his style. It's more about, okay, I know you're going to do this, Mr. Adams, with all of your extremely horrific hands, right? And Adams is very well balanced. He's going to have the good and the very bad that he's going to control pots with in position off of especially vulnerable and dangerous stacks.
Ace, ace, six. One of every suit. Adams on just 685,000. Not much has gone his way at this final table. He came in as our chip leader. He is now the short stack. He's going to size it down.
This is all part of his plan, yeah. The down bet on the flop, trying to tell a story that he has an ace. Now, Kuhn, he's just so good. He's got king high. He's probably going to go down fighting. And he's going to force Adams to show him the goods. Say, buddy, I just don't believe you. I limp called king high for a reason. I'm trapping you. I'm going to let you barrel it off.
Yeah, and that card has to just end it, doesn't it? I mean, Adams can't keep firing, can he?
Well, he can, Tuck. I mean, it's going to be very difficult once you've been called, right? Here's the thing that you can start to think about, too, which I know is running through Adams' mind, is how many aces does Jason Kuhn have where he's limp calling rather than limp and then just sending Adams all in pre? So right now, Adams is deducing and saying, okay, I think you have king high, and I'm going to make you earn it if you're going to call me down with king high. I do not believe you have an ace in this spot. You would have sent me home pre-flop. So this is what's happening right now in this moment. Here comes Adams. He's going to try and tell this story with just nothing but 3 high. No pair, no draw, all heart.
This is all heart. This is crazy. I mean, you'd think with the double-paired board out there, knowing Kuhn has a king, and also knowing that Kuhn is not going to fold to a second bullet, that you've got to unload the clip here. Does Adams go for it, and does he get the king high to fold?
There's kind of a smirk there, I think, from Adams. He knows. I think he knows right where he's at in this. I mean, clearly he knows he has 3 high, but I think he knows where Kuhn's at. It's just a question of, all right, can I actually get him to fold? Can I do this? Can I pull it off with 3 high? Oh my
He's gonna
gosh.
try.
Count, please.
This is filthy. Adams.
It really is. I mean, we knew how the flop was going to go. And if Adams is going to bet the turn, he kind of has to keep going with it. The jack doesn't change anything.
Look at Kuhn just study Adams here. Says, buddy, I think you're up to something here.
Yeah, Kuhn's going to use some of those time cards, and this is kind of a Nick Schulman moment where Nick will point out, he goes, sometimes you just got to look at your opponent in the eye and think, do you have it or not? Adams telling the story that he's got an ace. Whether this works or not, Timothy Adams is my hero.
Oh, this is
what
absolutely
heart.
awesome. The Prince of Poultry. Oh my gosh, it's going to work. It
Oh,
works!
ho, ho, ho! Oh, you are my hero.
Something happened with the clock, right?
Yeah.
All heroes don't wear capes.
Resets
Timothy
at the
Adams,
beginning of the
folks.
level.
That
Oh,
is
did it?
awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Before
awesome.
that.
Yeah. Wait, floor? Floor?
Ooh, wow. That was the hand of the series thus far, Tuck. My goodness. Try and pull that off while playing PokerGo Hold'em. Free to play. You're not going to bluff anybody with 3 high there.
I'm going to try, though. I mean, it's free. You mentioned that. I mentioned that. It's free. Download it on your favorite device. Play against Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, Antonio, and Daniel Negreanu. Their avatars are all in there. Brent's voice is in there. I never get bored of that. That was, simply put, awesome.
Oh, do I owe? I owe small blind, right?
Yes.
And the sick thing about that hand is
That's the big blind.
we knew
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Timothy.
I don't want to put any chips in the pot and be forced to.
We knew Timothy knew Jason had a king. I think Jason knew Timothy knew he had a king.
Give me a
And yet
10-3
Timothy
offsuit.
still bet. Adam still bet. Which made Jason go, well, you know I've got a king. You know I'm probably not folding, and yet you're still bluffing? You're still going to bet? Maybe you got the ace. What a play.
So filthy. I want to be a fly on the wall when Jason understands and sees the coverage of that. He just lost a 3 high.
Every flip. Flip, 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 flip.
Greenwood all in.
It's been very
Kuhn
lucky
with
day
ace
for
king.
Babe. It's like sooner or later you think maybe your luck will come to an end. I don't know. Maybe I just keep getting lucky. I'll take it.
1.7 million in the pot.
Yes.
Greenwood very vulnerable with his 5s. Kuhn looking for an ace, a king, or an 8.
But so do you.
The defense.
Or a spade.
Ace, king, 8, or spade.
3.
Oh, wow.
It is
You
a
have full
6, and the 5s hold somehow. Greenwood back up to 1.7 million. Jason Kuhn on 1.2 million.
Chips are moving around.
Tell you, my wish of this final
Danny's
table
just-
never ending might just
Danny's
come
just
true.
camping out.
Well, I don't know. You guys are hunting stacks in against each other every other hand.
Yeah.
I figure I'll just like
Dan's
sit
like,
here while this guy pops you up with like the 5s, blind on blind, and then has to turn them into
Turn them into a bluff.
Yeah, you raise 5s pre-flop, trying to induce. You
Nice
bet the
hand,
ace
Slanty.
6 here. It comes
Square.
six.
Enough.
I thought they were just gonna let me like have
Blue shove was also like
a lot of chips.
And
like,
massive
quite square.
for
you know?
Greenwood as
Yeah.
he climbs
even.
back
Yeah.
up the ladder.
Now the next one, I don't know.
Optimal strat is just sit tight, camp out.
Yeah.
Let the
Bluff me over and over again.
No, I only bluffed you
No.
once.
Big.
And it was with a big draw.
Yeah, I had a
Big draw.
big draw, man.
It's kind of sick how, like, I still, like, my default when the 6 came was like, fuck. You think at some point
Napkin
you
over
figure
there?
it out?
No, my nose. I don't have any bugs hanging on my nose here, do I? Give me a look. Am I good?
I'm
How many
Gagnon.
chips are you winning this hand?
How many chips am I winning?
25.
Looks like,
2-5.
oh, okay.
True.
Dvores pretty happy to get a walk when he's got 7 deuce off suit.
And now that I've camped out, Slammy knows that I can use my image to pop him up, so he's just gotta.
Bro. Fun. 5 p.m. start that's. Are we playing crazy late?
No, because I think Reg's open until tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Timothy Adams. Well, he can win with 3 deuce. Can he win with
Yeah,
king?
I think they wanted to do to finish it for us and also for like American TV, so it's not just on at like.
Jason Kuhn's got a hand that he'll probably want to defend with out of the big blinds. Kuhn now on 1.1 million. Adams starting the hand with just a little bit more than that. Neither player very deep, though. We're talking about 22 big blinds.
Yeah. Thank you.
$1,075,000, $1,070,000 back. Check.
And the time was blind hand, we both looked up at the clock.
Jack high flop.
I think I saw it out of
Adams
full vision. That like
in control of this one.
I just saw that it was at like 39:30, and it was like, well,
Oh no, I saw it when it was like.
Vikash says rooting for Kuhn. He's had some bad beats this week. Yeah, brutal.
yeah, I did the same thing.
Back-to-back short deck events. Jason Kuhn could have easily won those. Got his chips in good both times. And both times, brutal beats knocked him out in 3rd place. But he is back here.
That was my big bet.
Oddly, like a good board for me. Just really funny. And almost like no scenario is that the case. But.
I want to thank our sponsors, GG Poker, Lux and Pay. We are at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus for the Super High Roller Series. It all ends with the Super High Roller Bowl, $250,000. One re-entry if you want to put in the $500,000. That starts in about 20 minutes. Late registration open for a little while. All the action here on PokerGo. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks will be calling the action for that one. They'll be here tomorrow and on April 15th for the final table. Dvores going to raise up to 100K. Adams in the big blind with ace-7. $43 entries in this tournament. Just 4 remain. Crazy for Hockey looking for updates. You can get your updates on PGT.com live reporting. Get the link up for you in the chat.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. And again, remember, for the Super High Roller Bowl, cards are not yet in the air. They're going to be starting in about 20 minutes. Send you the link right now. There you go.
I imagine some players might not even register until tomorrow, right?
Yeah, although if you don't want to pay rake, you start on time. But yeah, a lot of guys will come in and fire. You know, a lot of times too, what they'll do, because the re-entry is rake. So if you are going to fire 2 bullets, you start early, save a little bit of vig on that front. You go home, bust, then you would restart and re-enter at the start of day 2. You see that a lot.
I'm just trying to represent trips every floor.
Adams, another creative play there, raising, taking it down. Neither player with a pair. I don't think Adams thought he was going to get a better hand to fold, but does kind of protect his equity in the pot. He has been selectively aggressive, that's for sure. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. Our next elimination will take home $236,500. $731,000 up top. Jason Kuhn on the button, the suited connector.
$950 to start.
No, $1,000,000 to start.
You see these guys, it's all, I mean, it's like walking on eggshells with these stack sizes right now.
Ace, 7-4, pair of 4s for Greenwood.
And it's concerning. Yeah, we've made a pair, Tuck, but Koon, it's not like he's been out of line, right? He's never opening very wide. 10-9 suited, obviously. We're going to come into the pot for the min. But he's going to have multiple shells on this sort of texture. Various turn cards, he's going to come in with another bullet.
Yeah, you think of all the turn cards that give him more equity.
Yeah. Greenwood's just going to come along for the ride, bottom pair. Thinking, buddy, I'm not going to fold a pair. We can always improve. Of course, Kuhn understands that.
Yeah, the ace not a great card, but you know, Kuhn's got the overcards to those, you know, to the 7, to the 4. Could have picked up a club draw, could have picked up a straight draw. There were a lot of turn cards he would like. Ace of diamonds, not one of those.
Yeah, it makes it much more difficult. If he bets here, it'd be remarkably polarizing, right?
Greenwood's hand. Still just 2 pair aces up. Now it's aces and 6s as opposed to aces and 4s. Third heart gets there. Don't know how relevant that is at this point. 545,000 in there, and I imagine this goes check, check.
King 4 spades is good, my man. I check.
Much better than that.
Pretty good read.
You got 3 pair?
Kuhn said King 4 spades is good.
No, it is not.
And that's why I'm sitting here.
How am I not a billionaire yet? I don't get it. Like, I mean, like, thank you. Couple billion at least, but I mean, what the fuck?
How am I not a billionaire?
Hits me with the 6-4. That's gangster, bro.
That's why I'm just sitting here.
Is that Sam Martirosyan over there?
He's defend.
I mean, he is right. I was light. I did only have 10-9 of clubs.
Sometimes the price is just right. You know, the 6-4 off might not be a pure call defense, four-handed, but you know, Greenwood, he certainly takes poker to the streets, similar to what we saw the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams, do a moment ago with just 3 deuce high. And by the way, Kuhn has yet to find out about that hand. He may, I mean, his head might fly off his body when he understands what happened to him there. Ooh, and this is a collision right here.
Yeah, for sure. Dvores has kind of been laying in the weeds, hasn't played a hand over the last 2 or 3 orbits. And why would he when he knows aces are coming? King Queen suited, a really pretty hand.
380.
And Dvores 3-betting it just a little bit over 3x. So 260 back over to Adams. Pot is 575. Nobody particularly deep at this point.
No, and that's the problem. You know, for Adams, gosh, King Queen suited. I don't know if this is a raise fold. I don't think it is. I think we at least have to see the flop, but it might just be a
all in and a
shove. There it is. Wow.
Ouch. Yep. Timothy Adams with King Queen of diamonds. Dvores with aces. 3.28 million in the pot. Brent, is this a misstep from Adams or just unlucky?
No. I mean, it's extremely unlucky. It's a bit of a cooler given the dynamic. Here we go.
A set for Dvores. Adams actually picks up some equity. Looking for a jack. Any jack will do. That, my friends, is not a jack. 4 spades on the river and a set of aces for Dvores eliminates the Canadian Timothy Adams. He leaves us in 4th place, but
I have a ball in here.
He probably pulled off the bluff of the week here at the Super High Roller Series. Certainly the hand of the week.
Tim.
Yeah, and they are great friends. All 3 of these guys obviously going to hug it out before they take off. We've reached the podium now. Gold, silver, bronze awaits. 322,000 for third, all the way up to 731,000 for first place. And Dvores now with a comfortable chip lead, Tuck.
Yeah, the remaining 3 players all ladder up. Everybody guaranteed $322,500. Chat kind of wondering, why would you shove it against Dvores, who hasn't really played a hand in the last 30, 40 minutes? I think everybody at this table is certainly aware that while Dvores wasn't playing a ton of hands, he is more than capable of 3-betting light there.
Yeah, I mean, King Queen suited is a huge hand. I mean, you know, Dvores can absolutely be 3-bet folding there.
755, I think's what I have.
Just very unlucky for Tim Adams. Thought there was a world in which he may just take a flop.
Yeah, you got a lot of chips. A lot of chip.
Certainly
3 ways.
Kuhn now 800,000 chips. He is short.
I think that's what I said. Well, whatever I said, I think was right. Yes, I believe that's right. 7.
Daniel Dvores, by the way, came into this final table with just 700,000 chips.
Yeah,
He had the 3rd shortest stack.
Yeah, like he started.
And he has been able,
a little less.
That's about right, yeah.
to navigate through this final table, and he is now the overwhelming chip leader. Greenwood raising with the ace-8 Kuhn in the big blind with ace-4.
All in?
755.
755, my dude.
All right, I trust you.
There's the call. Wow. What a turn of events here. Ace-8, ace-4. Greenwood, a sizable favorite. This could get chopped up.
Or so. You got a chop?
There's a 4.
Ooh, whoa.
Man, got a lot of chop outs too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the chop outs just put me in the lead.
Greenwood looking for an
There's
8.
no way to a chop. Oh, yes, there is. There's a couple ways to it.
9, right?
Or 10.
Or 10
Or
at
10.
this point, yeah.
Yeah, 9 or a 10 chop
When
it.
did we start
An
playing
8
poker
wins
again?
it.
Well,
With a
short
7.
stack messes you up.
And we just get a double up for Jason
completely
Kuhn.
breaks your brain.
Just like that, now back. And he
Yeah.
takes a little slice out of Greenwood.
You heard
He's knocked
Dvores
down to
saying
1.2
short deck
million.
messes. You heard Dvores saying short deck messes with his brain. I hear that. Commentating on short deck this week and then jumping back into no limit hold'em, it does kind of mess with you a little bit.
I've been
Very
very
different
lucky
game.
at this final table.
So you got 1.6.
All the bad luck Jason Kuhn had at short deck has turned around here in the no limit hold'em. Getting very lucky there with ace 4 versus ace 8.
This is hands down, Tuck. Of all the final tables we have covered this week, this has been the most entertaining,
a great career strat.
most
Run
dramatic.
super hot against great
I think we've
players
seen the
and
hand of the series thus far, the
mediocre
bluff that
against
the Prince of Poultry pulled off against this guy,
Well,
the All-American
that gives
Jason
you-
Kuhn.
And you get invited to stuff.
Exactly. It really is a good
And they
career
steal
strat.
you sometimes, yeah.
You can get overhyped by the good
And by the
guys
way, my
under
favorite
bad
sweatshirt.
guys think you suck.
Greenwood sort of primary colors, red, green, blue. Just keeps it simple for a simple man named Sam.
Pass.
For those of you in chat, we are aware that green is not a primary color, but there is some yellow on there as well.
Oh, green's not primary?
No.
Huh. Well, not an art major.
Dvores with king high. More importantly, he's got 3.6 million chips. Greenwood down to about 1.1 million.
Versus this guy.
Kuhn in second place.
Might have had 2 pair offsuit.
Give us an opportunity to say hi to some people in the chat there. Furious, Jimmy Bluffett, Mitch Hecht, Wisco Barron, RMX Indiana, Ryan Ricks. Thank you for joining us here.
5 comes wheel, no good.
2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. My time is nearing an end.
I wonder if Timmy Savage made it.
When this event ends, we'll take a short break and show you, hopefully show you day 1 of the Super High Roller Bowl. And then Jeff Platt will take over tomorrow. He and Brent Hanks will call the action tomorrow and on April 15th. The 250K Super High Roller Bowl, you do not want to miss a minute of that. Kuhn raising to 125,000. Greenwood with just 20 bigs has ace king.
This is a great spot. At Kuhn, ace-9, three-handed, considering the stack sizes, might be at the very bottom where he considers calling it all in.
$350.
Greenwood deciding to go somewhat small.
Oh, this is very nice, and he leaves that door open for Kuhn to possibly just ram it home. But look at this. He just folds it face up right in his eye.
You wonder, though, if Kuhn has a hand like ace-4 diamonds, ace-5 of diamonds, something like
maybe
that.
knock all in.
Does he throw the 4-bet shove in there?
Me?
Me.
I like the play from Greenwood nonetheless.
That is top shelf from Kuhn, though. That folds so quickly with ace-9, where I thought maybe the hand was good enough to consider calling.
That'd be very optimistic, I think. Still, he might have been cheese whizzing me there.
Wow, and Greenwood, ace-king suited, picks up a nice little pot there. I do want to touch on this wonderful sweatshirt. I can confirm
that's
This was
exactly Queens.
Sam's dad's sweatshirt. Papa Greenwood, who passed away not so long ago, a bit of a tribute to his father, who was their biggest supporter of all the Greenwoods, Luke, Sam, and Max,
a little under 1.4.
various gamblers throughout their careers, top-notch poker players as well. So quite touching there. A nice moment for the Greenwoods, trying to bring this thing home today for the family.
That's fantastic. That's a great story.
Dvores, a.k.a. Mr. Toesies, nickname that the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams, told me is they call Daniel Dvores. I don't know why they call him Mr. Toesies, but they do.
How did you
I've
not
asked
ask?
for clarification. I did, Tuck. You think I just left it hanging there saying, oh, okay, no problem, Mr. Toesies. But when I asked Dvores what the nickname meant, he told me to ask Mr. Adams what the nickname meant, and Mr. Adams left me in the dark. He left me hanging, so clearly an inside joke. It might be kind of dirty. I'm not really sure. I don't want to insinuate anything regarding toes, but regardless, we have action here.
We do, and I don't think I can go to sleep without knowing. I'm going to have to reach out. I have to know this answer. 7 of diamonds. Both players pick up a little bit of something here. Dvores already had the flush draw. He's now got a gut shot, but we can see his gut shot is no good if Kuhn continues on. The 6 would give both players a straight. Bottom left corner of your screen under their pictures, you can see how many chips each player has. And that does change with each bet. So you'll know how much they have behind. And Dvores just bet 300 into 250. More than pot size.
With that equity. It's going to force Kuhn into a fit or fold sort of spot. You know, there is a world in which Kuhn could just jam at home, understanding that, buddy, I think you're betting with a high equity hand, but I'm going to take it all the way where you can't call a shove for $1 million more.
It's a great play, buddy.
Let's see. Oh, boy, yeah, there you go.
He just said that's a great play.
By a mile for chips. Can I see a river since it's last hand? Please? Oh, my God. So painful. Oh, my God. You saw my cards again, bro. I don't think I can call that.
Man, and Jason Koon picked up the double gutter on the turn and just pains him to fold. But he does that, and it looks like the players are going on break.
Yeah, I think we got a break coming here, Tuck. About a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back to finish this thing off. What a battle.
Yeah, this has been amazing. Merit Poker, take a look at the leaderboard. Timothy Adams, our latest casualty, earned himself $236,500. This has been an incredibly entertaining final table. Three-way action when we return in Northern Cyprus.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a super high roller bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the super high roller bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot. Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now.
You ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Buldygin.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertush. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
It is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pertush now. He's got top pair.
Buldygin leads here. It really depends on how much as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertush fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pertush has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment. This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Pertush.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pertush is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pertush does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pertush's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pertush may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pertush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pertush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pertush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pertush thinks he could be. Maybe Pertush thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor's taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
52 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000. It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play. Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set, one of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan. Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. He's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme.
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9. And probably not up against the 2-10.
And welcome back. We are three-handed here in the 50K No Limit Final Table Super High Roller Series Europe. We're live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Northern Cyprus. Tuck, this has been wild.
Yes, we are. We are. And look at Daniel Dvores as we look at the Marriott Poker leaderboard. 3.9 million chips for the Canadian, devouring the competition. He has eliminated 2 players already. Jason Kuhn in second place, Sam Greenwood in third. Actually, I want to say Dvores eliminated 3 players, right?
That's absolutely right, Tuck. I'm not keeping the tab on eliminations.
He has, yeah. He recently eliminated Timothy Adams, aces versus King Queen. Adams earned himself $236,500 for his efforts. 3 players spread out. Greenwood on your left, Dvores in the middle, Jason Kuhn on the right. Dvores' style, he just likes to lie on the table, essentially. These players playing for $731,000. The Super High Roller Bowl, I believe, has started now, right, Brent?
Yeah, I think we started with 15 entries or so. We've got an all-in here by Dvores.
I don't play.
I
A couple of mallards for Koon.
Like we see today, sort of in close.
And the cards are in the air for the main event. Now up to 19 entrants. Super high roller bowl.
Read my soul.
Really? Well, I had a 2, so.
I deuces.
Oh. Oh.
If you are just joining us on YouTube
Winning boost me.
to watch this finale, the 50K final table three-handed, make sure you subscribe. Just do it. Click the button right now. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers on our PokerGo YouTube channel. We want to do it under Tuchman's watch. He's going to get a free box of donuts, courtesy of PokerGo, if we can do that.
Come on, Daddy needs donuts. Send me the donuts, please. Jason Kuhn with the ace-9 of hearts. For those of you who have joined us on Lux and Pay or Merit Poker's YouTube channel, welcome as well. We are following the chat, though, in the PokerGo YouTube. Kuhn all in for about 22 big blinds, we'll call it.
Couldn't have you put me all in with that one.
I would have called and just cried.
By the way, Jason Kuhn has now been bluffed out.
We'll do it together, don't worry.
By
I'll update you
4-3.
every time you put me all in.
3 deuce and 4-3.
No. You missed by a little bit.
Just go all in.
Wow.
There's no, yeah. The more I have,
This
That's a
final
lot
table.
of 3 and 4 highs.
Yeah. At this final table, he has been bluffed
There's
out by 4 high
1.2
twice
in
and
max.
3 high once.
and then whatever I got left over here.
Greenwood with the Snowmen. Some big hands. Greenwood just under 20 big blinds. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. You mentioned it earlier. Players like to rip deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s, maybe even 6s. But when you get the 7s and 8s, really want to get a little bit of value from that hand. And you see Greenwood raising. Kuhn obliges, gives him a little action. He calls it the Queen 8 suited. Greenwood a 2-1 favorite if this hand gets the showdown. He's not a 2-1 favorite anymore. Ace, Queen, 9. 2 diamonds out there.
And favorable, clearly, for Kuhn. Tricky spot post for Greenwood. We do have the 8 of diamonds in our hand, but because we're the pre-flop raiser, despite it coming
200?
ace, queen, 9 high, it's simply about representing a portion of your range that you're also opening. Greenwood can have a lot of aces. He can have the king, queens. He would be continuing with those sorts of hands, and he's similarly going to tell a story here with 2 8s in hopes that maybe we could fold out potentially a 9.
And hard to imagine Kuhn folding any pair to 1 bet. And he's certainly not going to fold a queen. Makes the call. Pot now 730,000. Turns to 5 of hearts. Greenwood with about a pot size bet left. Just 805,000 behind. If he bets again, it's a bluff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of, right? We're trying to fold out potential draws that Kuhn could have, as well as a 9. I don't think he expects many queens. Maybe some queens, but I don't think he expects many queens nor any aces to ever be folding here. So this is strong by Greenwood. And he is going to let a queen go. That is pure poker on display by Sam Greenwood.
That's remarkable. Greenwood's I don't think that flop bet is getting any pair to fold, but that second bet, clearly a bluff. You and I both agree we did not think a queen would fold. Thought that was targeting just a 9 and some draws. But he gets the queen to fold, and what a spot. Now Jason Kuhn, our short stack. No shame in being bluffed occasionally, but Jason Kuhn has been bluffed repeatedly at this final table.
$9.25 to start.
Kuhn with about 16 big blinds. Greenwood. Happy to see a flop with King 7 of hearts. And there's a 7. And there's a 3. And this could be trouble for Jason. Both players with a pair on this raggedy board. 2 spades out there.
Yeah, this indeed is trouble for Kuhn. Not only does he have a 3, but he has a good 3. Queen kicker variety. Certainly Greenwood can have the toppest of pairs here. It's a limped pot after all.
All in.
Uh-oh. Kuhn is all in. Greenwood snap calls. And it is Kuhn's tournament life on the line. Another third place finish for Jason Kuhn might be in the cards. Four hearts on the turn. No help for Jason Kuhn. Down to 1 card. He needs a queen or 3. 2.1 million in the pot. Here's the river.
Good luck. Yeah. GG,
Sam Greenwood makes 2 pair, eliminating Jason Kuhn once again in third place.
Yeah, it seems to be the theme of the week for Kuhn.
3.
Reaches the podium over and over and over again. Here today, though, he did get his money in as a dog. However, could not suck out against Greenwood. He's going to walk away with $322,000 in change right in time to hop in the main event. Tuck, the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl.
Yep, Mr. Bronze, Jason Kuhn finishes in third place as we look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Payouts, $322,500 for Kuhn. And we are heads up. Going to take a quick 10-minute break just to set up this heads-up play. When we return, Daniel Dvores, Sam Greenwood for the title and $731,000 up top.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal: winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
Feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early, involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
correct.
Of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic. And he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs and a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort. Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And bottom elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
oh, I know.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, could king jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear king jack of clubs, or king jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check
thing,
raising the flop with king jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God, there it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Hellmuth needs a 7-9 or queen here.
Wow. Fill him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we're going to take our time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It's amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me. The best player in the world. I'm just going to re-race Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. Sure, we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Hart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough, of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Ras says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got
More
Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
Yeah, you still got a bunch of that.
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true.
It's-
You want to see ace queen.
Don't forget about the red 9.
Where's the red 7?
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything but a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap about. The hold'em wrap. Minus the club.
That's not my specialty.
Not really mine anymore either. But it used to be.
And here's the turn card.
He
It's a
does hit
5.
that straight, so now it is Brian
Come on,
over a
Bronson,
4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's your
them.
lucky dealer. You good.
The third
That's
turn
my
face
girl.
down, let him feel it.
That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
111.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't,
very nicely.
you
I'm
can't
allowed to
say
talk.
anything. Carrie, you can't.
Where is that in the rule? Can you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really can't
Floor.
even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen, a lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are about
Are
to
you allowed
throw
to talk
down.
during a hand? 10 seconds. What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk.
Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra
Stand
seconds? Because I've been trying to get him
Yes,
to
he
stop talking.
should.
We've been like calling him before.
Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time make up. I spent 2
You
minutes
should have
trying
as
to-
much time as you want.
115 when he called for the floor. It was at 115 when he called for the floor. I looked.
Multi-way pots, even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pot.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
how much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I
I'll
say
give him.
something?
I'll give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit
Can I
it.
say something that was a munch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? I mean,
Yes.
Justin, you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Call. You got aces? Yeah. You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call.
So it's 6s against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and El Jefe carry cats.
The 648, that or whatever it was that Bonomo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Bonomo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Bonomo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and El Jefe picks up some jacks.
Jefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading 7s, jacks, queens, 6s.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, dealer, we need a jack.
Welcome back to the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We are in beautiful northern Cyprus at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. The 50K No Limit Hold'em is down to just 2 players. And it's a couple of Canadians, as you might expect. Daniel Dvores has been absolutely crushing today, up to 3.89 million chips. Sam Greenwood just eliminated Jason Kuhn, and he is on 2.56 million. Heads up for the title. They're playing for about $260,000 US, and the title, the trophy, the whole shebang leading into the Super High Roller Bowl. I am David Tuchman, joined by Brent Hanks, as we look at the GG Poker leaderboard. Kuhn, our latest casualty, earning himself $322,000. Hanks, this has been, and you said it, this has been a very entertaining final table.
Absolutely electric final table. And Kuhn, the lone American, out the door. Now we have a battle for Canada. Both Greenwood and Dvores reside in the upper provinces, the greater northern part of North America. Good friends, great players, both with an opportunity to take home their first title here, the Super High Roller Series.
Which box do you want me using?
For those of you who are enjoying our highlight package, which we run during the breaks,
the clocks.
If you have missed any of those Super High Roller Bowls or any of the shows, they're all available on PokerGo.
We've got an archive of older collection Super High Roller Bowls, all the greatest cash games from the earlier seasons of Poker After Dark, high stakes poker, new seasons, new episodes coming out every single Monday. And of course, all of the PGT high rollers, plenty of coverage, one of which is happening right now here today.
Queen 8-7, Dvores seemingly flopping a straight draw or a flush draw every other hand. 3 hearts out there, Dvores with the best hand right now. 10 high. Picked up a flush draw to go along with a straight draw. Hoo-ha says, is there a schedule somewhere of what events will be streamed? Yeah, the schedule is on the PGT.com website, but I can tell you that we've only got one more event after this, and it's the big one. That's right, the Super High Roller Bowl, the $250K. Just started minutes ago. We'll have coverage of day 2 tomorrow. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks calling the action. And the final table will be on April 15th. Pair of 5s for Dvores.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of small ball battling going on between these two, given the stack depths and the situation at hand. A ton of money between first and second place. I believe it's around a near $300,000 difference.
Yeah, 473 for second. That's what the loser of this heads-up battle will take home. First place is $731,000, so, you know, $260,000 difference between first and second. Yeah, and every heads-up battle is just kind of a unique animal unto itself. The history between the players, each player's style, and then, of course, the distribution of the cards. Sometimes you get really aggressive. Sometimes you play small ball. I've seen heads-up battles like this that last 4 minutes, and we've seen them that last 4 hours. You never know.
A lot of times, Tuck, too, it's, you know, the inevitable cooler situation determines your outcome of these things. You know, you will get sort of maniacal bluffs at times that get picked off. But considering, again, sort of the stack dynamic here, $4 million for Dvores, 2.3 at the moment for Greenwood. Probably be like an ace-queen versus pocket nines all-in encounter. Not that I can predict the future, but we shall see.
Man, we've got about 6.5 million chips in play. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000. So you do the math and you realize there's about, a little bit over 100 big blinds. If they were dispersed evenly, there would be a lot of play. Dvores had a pair of deuces on the flop. Greenwood hits a 9 on the turn. Really touching story that you mentioned earlier on, that Sam Greenwood's sweatshirt belonged to his father, recently passed away.
Yeah, the three boys, the Greenwoods, Sam, Luke, and Max, and extremely tight-knit, close family. Mom, dad, and the trio of siblings. Very supportive of their poker and gambling careers. In fact, I had a story my first time ever going to the PCA in the Bahamas where I had a chance to meet Mama and Papa Greenwood, and I'll leave that story for a later day, but I can tell you that we were up to no good in a hotel room, and the Greenwood parents wandered over to join the party, but, well, we thought it was security, so we thought we were all in trouble. I'll just leave it at that, Doc. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
That's a good one. Well, you know what? Let's good opportunity for us to talk about PokerGO Hold'em, because it's here. You can play for free. You can download it on the App Store, Google Play, or just go to PokerGoHold'em.com. Play some free poker. It is it's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark. A lot of fun. They join in the festivities?
Well, they wanted to join in the festivities, Tuck, but we threw the festivities out the window because we thought we were about to get in trouble. It was our first night in the Bahamas. We were up to no good. I mean, we were young.
Hey, listen, we've all been there,
naive.
Right?
Yeah.
Greenwood was open-ended. Didn't hit the straight, but hit a 10 instead, which will do the job. Dvores once again flops a pair. And once again, the turn gives his opponent the best hand. This time, Dvores is going to look him up.
This is a big one.
10 was already good, and now Greenwood with a straight.
Yeah, he's going to get about $500,000 here. I don't think Dvores can withstand any more heat. Going to need to exit the kitchen momentarily. Greenwood going to drag a 500,000 chip pot, inching his way back to 3 million, evening out with Dvores. And how about this little check? It's sneaky, allowing Dvores perhaps to turn this little mallard into a bluff. He does not take the bait.
Greenwood inching ever closer to Dvores. Dvores still in the chip lead, but it is closer. Sam Greenwood came into this final table second in chips. He's still second in chips. Dana Dvores came in as the third shortest stack, just 700,000, but everything's gone his way. He's had relatively smooth sailing at this final table. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman here for the Super High Roller Series in Europe. This is event number 6, the 50K and No Limit Hold'em. We had 43 entries, and we are heads up for the title.
I'll tell you one thing you won't see between two of these opponents. No one will fold pre-flop. Given the price that you were laid with the big blind ante in play, no matter what your two cards are on the button, you're at least at a minimum going to limp in. Negreanu has pushed back on that and said, oh, yeah, you can absolutely fold from time to time. And that certainly can be the case if you're taking a more exploitative route. But both of these guys are hardwired into the game, theoretically. They understand the math scenario. They're going to be involved. We've got action. Greenwood top pair, Dvores now open-ended. Sneaky little under rep check back by Greenwood and his top pair. Perhaps opening a door for Dvores to toss out a little semi-bluff. We saw it earlier where he would size it up in these spots here, taking the sort of 1/3 pot approach. Absolute badoogie of a board. No flush to be concerned about.
Yeah, a very different approach in this spot than versus Kuhn. Greenwood does call with the queen. I don't think there was ever a scenario where he was going to fold that. And Dvores hits a 3. That was not the card he was looking for.
I would say it's actually dangerous for Dvores as he now has clearly a bluff catcher making a pair. If he thinks that Greenwood could be empty with various ace-highs, king-jack sorts of holdings, jack-9, even 8-9, which would have been double-gutted on the turn, it's almost like a 3 could be good enough to have to pay it off. All credit and kudos to Greenwood for taking this line, checking back flop, simply calling with top pair on turn when led into. He now has the opportunity to absolutely maximize his profit. He's sizing up.
Yeah, wow, 580,000. Talking about a pot size bet. This is tough. I mean, if you're in Dvores' seat, this is a really polarizing sizing by Greenwood, and it's just very tough to put him on top pair the way the hand played out.
Really is. It all starts with the check back on the flop on this texture.
Dvores is going to go to the time bank. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. They can use those red cards to get more time if they need it. When they use all the red cards, then they have to act within 30 seconds or their hand is dead. See the trophy sitting between those two players, and there's the call. And Dvores does hero call, and you said it. That 3 a little bit dangerous because gave him just enough to hero call. And just a fantastic hand from Greenwood, and that vaults him in the chip lead.
Oh, 100K.
100Ks, yeah.
Tables have turned. Sam Greenwood. Now
That was just spectacular. I mean, rewind, folks. If you're tuning in, go back, rewatch that hand. It was optimal on every single level by Greenwood, checking back the flop with the toppest of pairs, just calling the turn, and then betting pot on river to get the absolute max, and now taking over the chip lead en route to a possible title for Mr. Greenwood.
Yeah, that hand in particular, Dvores finally picks up a hand he needed it. Greenwood with just 9-4 off suit, though. That hand in particular could be included in any master class on how to get value.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff. Ian Sheriff's in the chat. What's up, man? Welcome all of you guys on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure, I'm going to ask you once, I'm going to tell you once, and I'm not going to do it again. Subscribe. Just do it now. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers on our channel. That is a big deal.
Where are we now?
Help us get there. It's got to be close, Tuck. I don't know.
It doesn't get updated until the next day.
249 and change? Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, people.
We need you.
Make me feel better about my life. Please. Yeah, that $250,000 mark is just, we're going to do it, but I'd really love to see it done on my watch. And Brent, I'm going to hold you to it. I want those donuts if we do it. Greenwood with a top pair here.
I'm going to have Norman Chad deliver them directly to your home.
Again?
Well, that's what he does now, right? He's a donut delivery guy. That's his line of work.
Doesn't pay well, but true story.
Well, for Norman.
Norman Chad will deliver Randy's Donuts to your house.
Yo, can you get the floor? Because I think we both want to get our 250 tickets K-printed.
You heard that. These guys are going to get in the 250K, no doubt about it.
Well, they just
came
earned
out
it,
here for the main event. Well,
I already understand. I register, and after you will decide when you play.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
You mentioned this earlier. If you register on time, you rake free. You don't have to pay rake. If you late register, you do have to pay rake, and these players want to make sure that they can save that money. Certainly understandable. I mean, if you know you're going to play anyway, why not?
yeah, and if you want to check out what's going on right now, early action, Super High Roller Bowl Day 1, head on over to pgt.com. Click on the live reporting tab. You can't miss it. Up to 21 entrants. That will continue to climb. A massive prize pool expected. Current chip leader is John Mulder. Seth Davies in second. Christoph Vogelsang in third. Artur Martirosyan in fourth. And the Bosnian bandit Ali Amshurovic in fifth. Again, it is very early on. Level 1, in fact.
Ooh, Greenwood's nines go up in flames. Dvores with the ace. Ace 8-7. Imagine Dvores is going to get a little bit of value out of Greenwood here.
$175.
Those white chips, by the way, are 100,000 each. Green ones are 25K. The blues are 5K. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. As Brent mentioned, PGT.com live reporting. You can stay up to date on everything happening in Northern Cyprus. Well, Greenwood now picks up a straight draw.
Adding a little equity to the hand. He's sort of soaking it in what Dvores can have. Absolutely an ace would make a great deal of sense. When you have 2 nines, you're not nearly as concerned about a hand like 9-10 or Jack-9, anything of that variety. So if he bets here, he's really trying to target some sort of
525
8x holding that Dvores can have, while also you put ace X, even in the event that that is out there, in sort of a call-only spot, while allowing yourself to have equity heading into the river. If he does get called here and goes unimproved on the river, I would expect a number of checkbacks.
There's the call from Dvores. This pot, $2 million. Remember, there's only $6.5 million in play. So this pot represents a large chunk of all the chips out there. It's not every day that a king is a blank, but that's pretty much a blank on this board. Especially considering how many chips have already gone in there.
It certainly is. And again, if Greenwood bets here, it would be, I believe, for value. Again, trying to continue targeting some sort of 7 or 8 holding. Dvores can absolutely have a hand like 5-8, 5-6. It would have been a pair in equity.
Can Dvores bet for value with this bear ace?
I believe so, yeah. And I expect him to.
You're going to start with 250,000 in chips. Blinds will be 1 hour. Today we're going to play 6 level. Every level, so you're going to have 10 minutes.
Dvores with 1.7 million behind. He has less than a pot size bet left. And he's all in.
Goes for the maximum value. This is going to put Greenwood in a really bad spot. Again, he has the 2-9, so he blocks those nutted straights.
60, 760, 860, 960, 1.01.
Greenwood doing the math. Figuring out what Dvores' range is. Should he make a call? The fact that he has 2 9s, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Because does he block? He lets it go. Nice fold. Does he block?
It's good for
some
him
of
because he takes away the sorts of hands that Dvores could be semi-bluffing with or even be nutted with, right? Like 9x of clubs is no longer an option. 9-10, unlikely. So when you have those key cards in your hands, what does your opponent have? It's probably for value, right? Unless he's turning 6x or 7x of clubs into a bluff by the river, and that's really it. I think those are the only 2 combinations.
This seesaw battle continues. Dvores was our chip leader. Greenwood took the lead, and now it's back Dvores. 3.8 to 2.7 million chips. Who will take home that $731,000 first place prize? Who will take home the trophy? Stick with us and find out.
Well, I promise it's going to be somebody from Canada, Tuck.
You're going on a limb there. You're not the best analyst in the world for nothing. Brent Hanks, folks. Sandy Sanchez asking, do we know when the 250K stream is? I believe that is going to be tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time. You get 2 days of that coverage, right?
Yeah, we're going to have a long day 2 coverage tomorrow. I believe it's going to be 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific after registration closes. That's what we'll pick up coverage.
They let you sleep in, huh?
Level 2. Yeah, we get to sleep in tomorrow, Tuck. I don't have to hit the road until about 3:30, 4 a.m. to head down to the studio to do coverage with Mr. Main Event himself, Jeff Platt.
I assume that's a Jeff Platt thing. I mean, Jeff doesn't work he doesn't do the 4 a.m. shows.
He had made him push it back an hour. I'm surprised that he didn't just try and alter the start time altogether to accommodate his early morning schedule.
No. Pair of queens here for Dvores. So tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time, day 2 of the Super High Roller Bowl.
We have a nice 19 players at the start.
You definitely don't want to miss a minute of that.
Information that I can give you is every levels, 1 hour levels, you're going to have a 10 minutes break. Your dinner break will be at the end of the 3rd level, which will be 45 minutes.
Greenwood with king high.
Approximately 8:25, 8:30.
No reason for him to think that he doesn't have the best hand right now. King high is just going to be the best hand a lot of the time. 10 of clubs on the turn. Greenwood now with a gut shot. He'll check it back. $490,000 in the pot. Is this too thin to bet for value?
Not necessarily. Whenever Sam does check back turn there, I think he's sort of waving the flag. Maybe has some sort of 5 or king high holding. Dvores thin value, sort of a blocker bet sizing, 125, looking to get max value for just this queen. And again, Greenwood has the sort of hand that it's like, okay, well, what does this guy have, right? What would he be turning into a bluff? What would he be blocking that just king high is beating? Maybe a hand like 3-4.
Well, Greenwood does make the call. He is not a believer. And Dvores back up over $4 million. Just under a 2-to-1 chip advantage for Dvores.
Folks in the chat saying they want to see Ivy. Yeah, well, I have a feeling that Phil Ivey's going to be in the super high roller bowl. Still at 21 entrants, and he's been out there the entire time battling. I would expect much of the same for this main event. We'll keep an eye on the live reporting. Again, pgt.com, click on the live reporting tab.
Huge week of live streaming as we've had a ton of Phil Ivey. If you've missed any of those shows, they're all archived on our PokerGO channel. You can check them out at your leisure. Ali Imservich, Michael Adamo, Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey. We have had a ton of all the superstars here this week. 6 of clubs on the turn. Dvores has a 10 of clubs. Greenwood with a 9. Dvores hits his 10 on the river. And just bad timing for Greenwood. I mean, maybe this bluff works if Dvores doesn't get lucky. But Dvores hits the 10. And hard to imagine Dvores folding this now, but we'll see.
Probably just a call spot. Maybe Dvores was considering a thin value raise, but Greenwood can show up there with some sort of king. Maybe a better 10 in some way, shape, or form, but all Greenwood can really do. He's going to get knocked down, I believe, under 2 million now.
Yeah, more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage for the Canadian on the right. Right there, Daniel Dvores. It has been his day so far.
Sorry.
We got an Audi party.
With the late start of the Super High Roller Bowl today, we are not going to be showing day one coverage today. We'll end our stream and end our show when this heads-up battle ends. But again, Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern, for day two coverage of the 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl. And then on April 15th, the final table. Don't miss a minute of that action. Greenwood calls. Dvores. He's going to bump it up.
Yeah, 9-5 off again. That's what I was explaining earlier. You're just getting laid such a good price because of the big blind ante that any two cards are reasonable to flick in the chips. You're getting better than 3-to-1 on your money. Just try to connect.
Yeah, and that's something the big blind ante has changed.
1.79.
1.7 after posting? Oh, 1.79.
Yeah.
It is. And it also opens up the door for starting to limp some of your bigger hands as well. As you can see, Greenwood stack starting to slip nearer and nearer to the 20 to 30 big blind range, and he can start to limp heavy in hopes of limp and then moving all in for whenever Dvores does apply pressure.
Well, Greenwood flops 2 pair here. He's got a 6. And I think it's lost on people. You know, in the past, without the big blind ante, heads up, there was just less in the pot to go after. But with the big blind ante, there's 2.5 big blinds in there, and if you're on the button, you're literally getting 5 to 1.
Maybe a blocker bet opportunity here for Greenwood. Not a great run out for his hand. The 10 in the jack variety. There it is, 60K minimum.
Yeah, those green chips are 25K each. The blues are 5K. Dvores not going to look him up with a queen.
Just begging for a queen or a king high call.
Blinds are up. Levels, it's only 40-minute levels, so these blinds move up pretty quickly, and now we're at 40,000, 80,000. You do the math, and you realize we've got about 80 big blinds in play, and the man on the left of our screen, Sam Greenwood, is not very deep anymore.
Tuck, you said we're up to 40-80 now?
We are.
Yeah, so this is
170.
where you'll start to see, I think, Greenwood limping in with some bigger hands, hoping to maximize action. Working some limp re-raises, limp jams. Here he comes with a little raise, king high.
That Dvores is going to call. In a situation like this, if the chips are even, who has the edge? And if so, is the edge anything more than just, you know, 0.5%?
It's minuscule. I really don't know who would have the edge between these two players. They're both elite talent. When that is the case, it's more about luck and distribution. Who can pull off one more bluff than the other guy, who can eke out a little bit more value than the other guy. And whenever you are post-flop, it's minuscule as far as who has the edge. Even right now, Dvores clearly with the chip lead, but you know, the variance and volatility and chaos that is inevitable in heads-up poker, especially in tournament poker, is, he's really not that big of a favorite.
In the world
right now in chips, but he can, Greenwood's got very much a fighting chance to win this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you think about it. Greenwood's 2 hands away from, theoretically winning it. One double up and, he's the chip leader, and then one hand and it's over. So in a world of GTO, in a world of solvers, and you're looking at 2 players who are very familiar with each other. How much does history go into it? Do the players do they veer off GTO because they talk so much poker together and they're so familiar with each other's style?
Yeah, it's a great point. And Stephen Chidwick comes to mind right away as he seems to exemplify the steer away from the GTO sort of concepts and mindset and attack and unorthodox exploitative manners in spots that he sees. Greenwood sort of cut from the streets as far as poker is concerned. We saw the 6-4 defend earlier against Kuhn, where I think everyone was, you know, perplexed by the wide defend. But that's just Sam's game, right? And Dvores does little things on his end that aren't necessarily theoretically profound. And you know, it is little nuances like that that separate these two players and that separates the rest of the high rollers from one another. If you are entirely robotic, well,
This is starting with like
you
20
probably
people.
might have a disadvantage because you're not, you don't
I mean,
have
yes,
that
it's a tournament
intuition.
and nobody's like,
You don't have that drive inside that allows you to get a little bit outside of the GTO box.
Oh, something outside the GTO box. Jack 7 kings. What does Dvores do here? Greenwood attempting to limp in. He wants to see a flop
like
with Jack 7.
Yeah, something like that. 1 point, yeah.
Dvores. Not surprisingly, raises. I imagine Greenwood will have a limp call range, a limp fold range, and a limp shove range.
Absolutely, and Jack 7 has playability, which is going to get him into trouble here. And Dvores, we can expect this, right, as Sam's stack has dwindled down towards the 20 big blind range.
Yeah, hold on.
Dvores will continue to attack with these 3x sort of raises over top of the Greenwood limps, and that's why I think we'll start to see Greenwood establish a stronger limping range as well as a defense mechanism. Top set now for Dvores, and fortunate for Greenwood, nobody home.
Yeah, 560,000, Dvores. Got to check it once. Give his opponent a chance to bluff at it. Peyton in the chat says, is it normal to have ranges this wide head-to-head, or is it mainly due to the blind size this late in the tournament? I mean, if you're overfolding heads up,
150?
You're dead on arrival, right, Brent?
Yeah, you just can't. And these guys are not going to overfold. In fact, they're going to attempt to see a flop every single hand, no matter what the distribution is. And great little check here by Dvores. It allows him to extract max value out of a hand that is stone dead, barring running shovels.
Oh, and now Greenwood hits a jack.
Yeah, this is trouble. This might slow Sam down. Now we have something to get the showdown.
But, I mean, Dvores, the way he's playing this hand. Oh, fourth spade out there. That might slow them both down. 860,000 in the pot. Both players with enough not to bluff at it, and Dvores checks, Greenwood checks it back.
You're lucky I turned the pair. Well,
You got lucky that you turned a pair?
I'm lucky I turned the pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You heard it. Greenwood, without having any sort of showdown value, was probably going to turn a zero hand into a pretty big bluff attempt.
The Merit Poker Trophy. It's a good one. It's a hefty one. It's got girth and character.
1.275, 1.3.
Thank you for the compliment, Tuck.
1.35, 1.43 total.
I figured you had a lot to do with that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me specifically.
I'm always talking about you.
Wow.
Greenwood with ace-3. Less than 20 big blinds right now. Dvores raises. I thought this might be a kind of hand Dvores would limp in with. But he decides to raise, to min raise.
All in?
All in.
Greenwood, happy to move all in with the ace, takes it down. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. Daniel Dvores, Sam Greenwood heads up for the title.
Regrets.
You know, the King 6 hand a moment ago for Dvores was probably very close to just an open shove, heads up, given that Greenwood was under 20 bigs. Greenwood would have had a decision with ace high, but we carry on.
I don't even know. Might have bonded deal.
Well, we were just talking about not folding pre-flop, and Sam Greenwood just did.
I'm betting.
9-2 off.
That's not something you see these high rollers do almost ever.
No, and you know, I think goes back to what Negreanu did say, is that once in a while you get a hand with a certain stack depth and dynamic that you actually can fold. So it's going to be like less than 5% of the time that you're going to get these folds pre-flop. 9 deuce off with exactly a 20 big blind stack might be a fold. 8-3 off, 7 deuce off.
1.4, 1.480.
But I will tell you, calling is certainly not going to be incorrect given the, you know, near 5-1 money that you're getting.
Dvores all in.
See, good one again.
Greenwood surrenders. Right? Dvores up to $5 million now.
Your last one?
No, I had a better hand than the last hand, but
yeah, but I think that one might be. I think that one gets in there.
For jamming versus a limp?
And Bushi raise.
Keeps doing that.
Dvores with more than a 3-1 chip advantage versus that man, Sam Greenwood. You mentioned King 6 was pretty close to a shove. King 8, we're going to see a limp.
I think it's actually a limp, and I call if Dvores were to move all in. And he will not do it with the 4 deuce offsuit. I think King 8, less than 20 bigs, is you're not necessarily trapping, but it's a calling hand, especially when you're going to flop top 2.
Yeah, that's key. I mean, if you know what the flop is going to be, it makes your pre-flop play a lot easier. Always frustrating when you're trying to build your stack back up and you flop top 2 and you can't get any action whatsoever. Super High Roller Series Europe event number 6. We're live in Northern Cyprus. Yeah. Paul is quite the character. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely playing. That was his laugh. Recognize it. 10 times out of 10.
One of the highlights of my life was I had a glass of whiskey with Paul, and I'm fairly certain that that particular glass of whiskey was worth more than my entire net value.
So I take it you didn't buy it, Tuck.
Yeah.
Paul treated you to a nice glass of whiskey. Was this in Montenegro as part of the Triton series that you covered?
It was. I don't even know what he poured me, but it just the smoothest, most delectable whiskey I've ever had in my entire life. It was actually the stupidest thing I've ever done because it ruined me.
You mean the one glass ruined you? It was that. It
The
was
one
that
glass
potent?
ruined me. Yeah, you just go, you go home and, I open my whiskey cabinet and I try to pour myself a, just, regular, everyman whiskey that I have in my cabinet, and it doesn't, compare.
You're more of a Jim Beam kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I got the, I'll get the Glenlivet 12 or something, which is a solid, but.
I'm a Maker's Mark kind of fella.
I like Maker's Mark too. Solid choice.
All in?
Greenwood all in. Dvores.
How much is it?
Dvores has got the kind of hand that he'd love to go all in with. I don't know if he wants to call an all in though. You can see it's basically
at the end
a
of the
flip.
day, you have 10 high.
It's got 47% equity though.
He does, and he knows against various aces the sort of situation that he's in. But, again, Tuck, I think it's more like what you said. You want to be the guy that's moving it all in pre rather than calling it off with 10 high. If Sam had maybe like closer to $1 million, we'd call. This is close. Dvores considering the gamble.
$10 in the muck, the 9 in the muck, and Greenwood collects the blinds and antes. Lee Grant says Hanks, Maker's Mark, and the Bills for the win.
Yeah, exactly right. What a perfect combination.
Well, you can decide what to do with the 10-9 suited when you play PokerGO Hold'em. It's free and it's here. That's right, from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Once again, the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl is underway right now. You can get all the updates over at pgt.com, live reporting. We'll have coverage of that tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you join us. Catch every minute of the Super High Roller Bowl. King high flop. Pair of sixes for Greenwood. Dvores with the worst hand in poker, the old 7-deuce.
Well, when you have the absolute worst hand, Tuck, you might as well just bet.
Unfortunately for Dvores, Greenwood's going nowhere with a pair of sixes. Well, Dvores has got a little showdown value now as he hits a deuce.
Yeah, ugly little duckling, but hey, it's a pair. Pairs are hard to make.
Check, check on the turn. Pot is 600,000. Greenwood sixes are good here. And if he gets the showdown, he will get up to at least 1.9 million. And Greenwood's going to bet kind of a tiny little touch. Looking for just a little bit of value.
It's just a stone blocker bet. And Dvores, I mean, yeah, he's got a pair, but he has to know he's getting taken to the old cleaners. Sometimes
Yeah,
you
that's
just gotta
small
pay him
bet.
money, Tuck. You know, maybe he's got nothing. Maybe he's got Jack 10 and he's just trying to make it look like a blocker bet with a 6. There is a world in which that happens.
That's the thing. I mean, coming from a limit hold'em background, way back when I used to play limit hold'em, you realize that a lot of people see a bet like that and they think it's a blocker bet. You should raise it, or it's obviously a value bet. Nobody would bet that small with a bluff. But then you realize that if you can get that bluff through 1 out of 5 times, 1 out of 7 times, you're just printing money. And there's the value in it. You get value sometimes, and if you can get your opponent to fold a pair of deuces, an ace-high type hand, just 1 out of 5, 6 times, you are absolutely printing. Which is why it's incredibly difficult to fold even a pair of deuces there.
Pairs are hard to make, and when you're getting laid that sort of price, you almost have to call. And how about this for a little action? Dvores on a pair open-ended. Greenwood the gutter with the running diamonds. Queen high as well.
By the way, our conversation of whiskey has made our chat. I think the chat is top-notch. They're just talking whiskey now. I like it.
Oh, I mean, it's
whiskey
not only
and bourbon.
the chat, but I got 2 text messages from 2 friends of mine that showed me their whiskey collection that are tuning in, one of which is Brother Greenwood. And he's got himself a shelf of whiskey that is going to be hard to match. I don't even know if Paul Plot can compete with what I'm looking at over here. My God.
Which Greenwood?
This is Brother Max, who is a very big fan of the poker streams. And, of course, supporting his brother Sam here, tuned in.
That's awesome. Well, welcome, Max. And where's my invite? I wanna partake in some of that whiskey.
You should see this. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what they even are. I don't recognize anything. Maybe the Garrison brothers, but everything is just. This has got to be like a $10,000 whiskey collection. My God.
Greenwood waited till the river to bet pot. He has turned queen high into a bluff, and he's going to put Dvores in a tough spot. And I love the different sizing. Just really putting Dvores in a tough spot. Last time, he bets about 1/8 of the pot. This time, he bets pot. Mixing it up brilliantly.
Really does, and he doesn't block much. I mean, the deuce 4. Gorgeous stuff by Mr. Greenwood. Thin to win. Collect that money.
Jimmy Bluffett pointing out, he said the Garrison brothers from Texas. That's a good drink.
And Tuck, you're in luck, man. Anytime you're in the Toronto area, you have an open invite at the Max Greenwood residence, and you can sample some of that whiskey, except for the middle shelf, which is that's going to cost you a pretty penny, Tuck. You're going to have to pay to get in the door for that one.
No middle shelf. Okay. But all I got to go to Toronto. I get bottom shelf. I get top shelf. No middle shelf. Okay. Max, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining us. It's been a lot of fun watching your brother crush today. And over the years, all of you, it has been an absolute pleasure watching you guys play poker. Trying to climb inside your brains and figure out what you're thinking. Not easy.
Oh, it's remarkably difficult at times as these guys just play at a different level than certainly we do in the booth. And, you know, our brethren, Nick Schulman, probably the only color commentator that is on par with a lot of these guys. But I know even he himself will be a part of some great hand in a situation, and it takes a moment of reflection to step away and really figure out what's running through these great minds and how they arrived at their decision making.
Yeah, and that's no slight against Nick Schulman. I mean, you're talking about one of the best poker players in the world, phenomenal commentator, as we all know. But for a lot of these players that we're watching on these high rollers, they live and breathe and eat no limit hold'em. They're constantly in the lab studying the game, and they truly are on a different level.
All in.
Dvores all in.
Save myself.
Greenwood can't
20K.
call. The loser of this heads-up battle will take home $473,000. We lost Jason Kuhn in third place. He is very quickly becoming Mr. Bronze. 3 third-place finishes this week.
Well,
Jason.
If you asked him before the trip, hey, would you go out? Are you cool if you're going to make 6 final tables and take home 3 podium finishes, third place? Are you okay with that? I think he'd sign up for that trip every single time. Now, it stings to not take home a win. But, man, you're just trying to make some money, aren't you? You're trying to print the pounds.
Hey, listen, he's a dad now. Diapers aren't cheap.
No, they're not. We don't even use them around here. We just put them outside whenever they need to go potty. That's what the backyards are for, Tuck.
Yeah, no. I get it. You know, for a second, I thought maybe you were joking, but I believe it. I wholeheartedly believe that 1-year-old Johnny just waddles outside when he needs to go.
Well, we have a tree. We call it the pea tree, and whenever you got to go, head on out, buddy.
Yeah. You still use
Become
it,
one
too?
with nature. Of course. I'm the one that taught him the trick.
Queen 7-6. Wow, that is a flop and a half for Dvores. He just has 5 high. Open-ended with the flush draw.
Smothered. Buried. Massive draw. Probably not going to get any action, although Greenwood, you know, the power of king high.
Yeah, I mean, goes check, check. You don't see these players throwing away king high that easily.
No, and again, I really like the check by Dvores. It's remarkably under-repped, similar to where if you had, you know, top pair on various textures. You and I at home probably thinking, oh, my God, you flopped the world. Let's just start barreling in all the money that we possibly can. And how about this? Just knuckles it again. Still does not collect on this massive draw, and it's Greenwood collecting top pair.
Yeah, there's a reasonable chance that I'm either winning the pot with 5 high or I'm going broke because, yeah, I'm piling in. And you see a lot of these players just taking the free equity.
Yeah, and that's frustrating for Dvores. He's going to look back and think, my God, what just went wrong here? Doesn't lose a single chip.
With what was a monster flop for him. Greenwood now back up over 2 million. He's at 2.3 million. Again, there's about 6.5 million in play, so about a 2-to-1 advantage for that man.
Yeah, you know, going to go down swinging and going to go down fighting, both of these guys.
People in the chat asking, why wouldn't you bet that? I assume, and I could be wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong, Brent, I assume that he's betting that some of the time and checking back some of the time. He's not doing anything 100%.
Yeah, I don't think it's nothing is 100%. Exactly right. It's going to be mixed. You know, it's basically just being tricky with a very huge draw. And he's hoping that, you know, Greenwood would always think, oh, well, why wouldn't he have bet a hand that strong or a draw that big? And that's exactly why, for the times where he simply can set up a trap from whenever he connects.
I imagine if any of these players were to do something 100% of the time, their opponents could create a strategy to exploit that. This is not like your normal home game or your normal 5-5 game that you might play in where, you know, you don't have to worry about being balanced as much.
And I think, you know, Tuck, there's clearly a major difference between a cash game and a tournament. In a cash game, you're flopping a big draw like that. You're just trying to get the money in. You're trying to play for all of it. Win a huge pot. Tournaments, it's a little bit different, right? You're trying to set up your opponent, clean him out for the remainder of his 20 to 25, 30 big blinds, and there's a different avenue we can take. Various streets and detours we're allowed to take along the way as well.
Stefan Rudisek pointing out the Scott Seaver theory. Too many outs syndrome is a thing. Pair of deuces for Dvores. Greenwood, just 8 high.
Greenwood just going to wave it here.
Dvores possibly going to go for some value here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try to get called by an ace.
I think he realizes that Greenwood would bet any king, any queen, certainly any 5. He got a little value with that duck.
Doesn't get the value he was looking for, but takes down the pot. And I think that simple hand from Greenwood is interesting, too. You know, how many recreational players think they need to try to go after every hand, especially heads up? And Greenwood just, I'm always impressed by the players who aren't afraid to just occasionally give up. Realize I'm not going to win every hand. I don't have to. And they just seemingly know when to wave the white flag. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. If this tournament doesn't end in 10 minutes, they will go on a break.
Well, it's never going to end, Tuck. We've already established that, so I would plan on a break.
Two friends, both Canadian. They've known each other a while. They've battled many, many times in the past. And here, another epic battle. Playing for over $250,000. Greenwood with the bet, and he takes it. Shot clock is here as well. You can see that box just at the bottom center of your screen. That is not a bomb. That is a 30-second shot clock. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands. If they need more than that, those little red cards, you can kind of see one. Yeah, there is one right behind Dvores' stack. Those cards are time extensions. They're worth an additional 30 seconds each. And And give Greenwood credit. He was down to about 1.3 million at one point. And he has scrapped and clawed his way back in this. Dvores flops a 10, turns, trips.
Tuck, we had a great conversation via Twitter yesterday with Greg Merson, who I know is also tuned in for this event here today. And he suggested some, I think, some fun ideas that we could do to experiment with certain events and try out from time to time. One of which is, how about, now hear me out, Tuck, the No Gamble, No Future High Roller Series, okay? You only pay 5% of the field. 50% of the prize pool goes to first place. And we reduce the clocks to 10 seconds and 20 seconds pending action.
Just inject that directly into my veins, Brent. Sign me up. I'm in.
Yeah? You like the sounds of that, chat? What do you guys think? Would that be a little bit more, I don't know, entertaining?
I don't think it's probably not good for the poker economy as a whole. But I think if you were to use that just for a select series, maybe some high rollers, or as you mentioned, the No Gamble, No Future, branching out. I know that's a great show that you already host. So you branch out from there into a tournament series. I like it. Sign me up.
Yeah, I certainly cannot do it for everything. And here, Dvores going, by the way, with the boat, trying to get a call from King High. He's going to get it. Beautiful.
Yeah. That's just one of those spots, and Greenwood smiles. Look at him. He knows. You've either got it or you don't. There's nothing in the middle. That's a polarizing sizing.
I don't think you can play that. I'm saying
Dad City says, if 50% of the pool went to first, wouldn't that encourage deal making? Well, deals are already happening whenever you reach final tables. Typically, you know, first, second, third, you're going to be chopping it up, do ICM chops, that sort of thing. But with all the money up top, you know, you're just going to encourage players to go for it more often. You're not worried about the ICM implications every single step of the way and every ladder of the way at a final table. Put all the money at the top.
Yeah, the massive pay jumps between 7th and 5th, 8th and 4th, and those kind of pay jumps really do not incentivize people to get involved. You heard Danny Dvores say earlier, hey, I'm happy to just sit here and watch you guys go all in every hand. Patrick Leonard has talked about that many, many times. You make money every time you fold. And I think, you know, the best players in the world and even just the good players out there are, you know, they understand that now. So from a viewing perspective, if you're making poker as an entertainment and we want to watch it, I do think those flattened pay structures where, you know, the pay jumps are so huge at the end, they don't necessarily encourage play at the final table, which sometimes can make it a little bit boring. I think your idea is, I like it a lot. Paying 5% of the field, so there's a lot of money up top, but most of that money is going to first place. You do incentivize people to kind of go for it, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to the PGT Tour free roll. $500,000, that's a winner-take-all, right?
Oh, I cannot wait for that. Yeah, top 21 at the end of the year come December. Qualify for the Tour Championship. And it is you said it, Tuck, a $500,000 winner-take-all event. Just massive amounts of money on the line. And, again, that sort of will play into the dynamic that we're explaining regarding this sort of no gamble, no future tournament series. Is put all the money up at the top. Watch these guys swing for the fences over and over again.
Yeah, that'll be really intriguing to watch. You know, 6-handed, 8-handed, wherever it gets to that point. And there's just no value in laddering up from 6th to 5th. So you see players kind of going for it a little bit more. Greenwood with a pair of 5s. Yeah, Jimmy Bluffett says it. The 500,000 PGT free roll will be epic. If you want to qualify for that, you got plenty of time. It's only April 12th, April 13th right now?
Oh, God, you got plenty of time. Every 10K plus buy-in for the most part for the remainder of the year will earn you a seat. World Series events will be included.
525.
Greenwood raising the 525,000 with the 5. He's going to take that down. So right now, as I look at the PokerGo Tour leaderboard, the top 4, Ali Imserovic with 1,839 points. Right behind him, hot on his tail, Phil Ivey, who came out of nowhere but has just had a dominating 10 days here in Northern Cyprus. Phil Ivey's up to 1,725 points. Isaac Kempton in 3rd place. Alex Foxen in 4th. I would point out the notables in the top 21, but they're all notables.
Well, that's what I mean. The PGT is focused on, the elite, on poker's top 1%. Talking about the biggest buy-ins, the biggest prize pools, most talented and skillful players in the world when it comes to tournaments. And it's, it's sort of the separation. I like to think of it, we separate the best from the rest. These are your best players on the planet playing this game at the highest levels, and we're going to treat it that way. All of our majors that happen inside the PokerGo studio, the U.S. Poker Open, the Poker Masters, the PokerGo Cup, all of these series, not only is there a ton of prize pool or a ton of money in the prize pools, but we're also giving the player of the series a $50,000 bonus on top every time. When it comes down to it, PokerGo is giving out more than $650,000 in additional prize money, including that $500,000 Tour Championship sweetener at the end of the year. Without our sponsors, of course, none of it would be possible.
Leaderboard, Tom Vogelsang, he exited 1st, earned himself 86,000. Martirosyan, the Russian, followed another Russian, Buldygin. They finished in 6th and 5th. Timothy Adams came in as our chip leader. Didn't have much going his way. He finished in 4th place. Jason Kuhn. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
$300,000 buy-in, feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's have ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the 3rd heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he has
graces us
Ivy
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
10 seconds.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Pietrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace
nut
7?
flush.
Does Ace 7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a. It's going to be really hard to get away. Let's hear what Nick has to say.
So far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivy has nines full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivy also has bigger flushes. Pietrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Pietrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But but they're out there.
Yeah, and
they're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivy's very capable. King of Hearts Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff, I don't know, 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Pietrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here, probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivy takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total? Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me?
My hand out on this 30?
Yeah, the restaurant didn't close.
Pietrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Ten.
10 seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks,
done. Well done,
invested there.
Pietrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Badziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Makita has bet $125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Makita will be okay to just check back here and try to hit, occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close, definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Makita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Makita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Makita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Makita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Well, conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8 million when Seth Davies is over there on the other table with 30 bigs? And he does do it, Ali. Wow. Chidwick is capable of calling, by the way, but let's see. What a play by Badziakuski. I was just having fun up here, but he did it.
1.3 million.
Let's see if Chidwick comes with the call. Wow, I guarantee you he won't have any time extensions when he does whatever he does.
This is a massive pot here on the order of that which these two shared earlier in today's competition.
What a play by
Down go the Kings.
Beautiful, and I'm surprised Chidwick didn't think about it.
Hello and welcome back to Northern Cyprus. We are at the beautiful Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino Spa here in Northern Cyprus. Event number 6, the 50K No Limit Hold'em, is down to just 2 players. We started with 43 entries. Blinds are now 50,000, 100,000. Daniel Dvores, Sam Greenwood. 2 of the 3 Canadians at this final table are heads up to the title. 731,000 up top. I am David Tuchman, Brent Hanks alongside me to call the action, and thank you all for joining us. It's been a good heads-up battle. Greenwood looked like he was on the outs, but he has scratched and clawed his way back in this.
It's just been a fair fight. I think we sort of expected this. Both players very even skill set wise, even in chips now at the moment, and hefty prize pool here at the top. 731,000 for first, 473 for second. All the glory going to Canada.
And as you've mentioned, we don't get to see a lot of these players when the super high rollers are at the PokerGO studios in Vegas because of tax reasons. So it's a pleasure to see them when they can play.
Maybe I should make a phone call, to the Canadian Parliament. What is their form of government, Tuck?
I would imagine, yeah. I mean, I think you've got some pull, right?
I'd like to give them a phone call. Maybe we can work on the tax situation so we can get the Canadians. They're so friendly, after all, right here in the United States.
It feels like there should be some sort of a carve-out, specifically for poker players. Because I want to see more of this man. I want to see more of that man. I want to see more of Timothy Adams. So forth and so on. Dvores is going to bet here. This, by the way, very likely to be a chop. If you're looking for the Super High Roller Bowl, that is coming up tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks will have all the action for you here on the PokerGo YouTube channel. The $250K buy-in, that's already started, so you can follow the action over at pgt.com/leaderboard. Oh, I'm sorry, /live reporting. But 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and the next day, they'll have all the coverage of that tournament.
22 current entrants right now, Tuck. $5.5 million in the prize pool. Again, you can register up until the end of level 1 tomorrow on day 2. And the current chip leader, I don't think this is going to surprise anyone. How about Ali Amshurovich?
Yes.
Up top right now, Jake Schindler in second, Tiam Mulder in third, Benjamin Heathbar in fourth, and the magical mullet, Chris Brewer, rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, Chris Brewer and Martirosyan got involved in an incredibly interesting hand yesterday where it was bluff, I don't believe you, I'm going to rebluff, I don't believe you, so I'm going to rebluff. That was a fantastic hand. If you missed that, check it out. It is archived on our channel. That might be the second most interesting hand of the week. The 3-deuce bluff by Timothy Adams against Jason Kuhn, just awesome. That one was a lot of fun as well. Pair of 10s here for Dvores. Greenwood with the old gutter ball. A jack
Fair
or
fight.
a 9.
And for Dvores, too, I mean, you're sort of handcuffed in these spots, right? Just a pair of 10s, no kicker. Must call. Raising doesn't make sense. And hello, Straightwood.
I see what you did there. His name's Greenwood, so you went Straightwood. I like that. Well done.
Ah.
Gustavo saying
here.
Yeah. Don't let him tell you
450,
different.
right?
Size always matters.
It's not a good card for, obviously, for Dvores with that, just that little measly pair of 10s. The 7-8 gets home. The Jack-8 gets home. Worried about being valued by, simply a better queen. You have no idea, even if you made another 10 or a 5, if it's live. There are a variety of bluffs that Greenwood could certainly have, so Dvores will sheriff the situation.
Board pairs. Dvores' hand just getting worse and worse by the second. Pot is 1.65 million, and Dvores with just a bluff catcher now. One thing we know for certain, Greenwood's going to win this hand. And at the end of this hand, Sam Greenwood will be our chip leader.
Line. How much is it?
Oh, wow. And he goes for it here.
Yeah, just a tad over pot. What bluffs?
Dvores has a lot to be concerned about, I think. The 6 of clubs would make a lot of sense for Greenwood to have been semi-bluffing with a pair and a flush draw, right? Also, he has the 10 of clubs in his hand, so we can remove that sort of combination as well. As far as the semi-bluff club draw paired straightening hands would have been concerned on the turn.
So what bluffs does Greenwood have right here, and is that Dvores is thinking he might have?
Having a hard time finding any here, Tuck. I mean, obviously it could be some sort of misdraw of the ace or king high variety where a king in your hand would act as a blocker. A bit thin, a wee bit thin indeed, but you know, Dvores just has a pure bluff catcher. That's it.
And eventually he does find the fold button. Lives to fight another day. Greenwood now our chip leader, up to 3.5 million. We have quite the heads-up battle going on in front of us. Two of the best in the business. Know each other very well. Neither one pulling any punches. Not a ton of chips in play, as we've mentioned. Sam Greenwood on 35 big blinds. That man, Dana Dvores, on just about 30 big blinds. $40-minute level, so something's going to give. And I don't anticipate it taking that long. Whether it's this level, whether it's the next level, something's going to give. Dvores with the ace-6 of clubs.
Sixth level today, blinds now, 1,000, 1,500, 1,500. Big blind out. So sixth level for today.
Well, I think we said it earlier, Tuck. I mean, typically these things almost always end in the inevitable sort of cooler coin flip scenario.
Yeah, and as we get shorter relative to the blinds, the definition of cooler changes.
Right. All of a sudden, ace-10 versus ace-8 is a cooler when stacks
right.
are 25 bigs effective.
Does Greenwood ever want to bet this?
Check.
No.
Jack high.
Jack high, no good. Dvores is going to win a small one. And we're virtually even. Greenwood with the slimmest of leads.
I think he could have won that one.
I think he could have won that one too. He had all the blockers in his hand. Maybe he just thought Jack high was good enough at showdown.
'22 Super High Roller Series. This is event number 6. We're at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action. 43 entries started this tournament. We're down to our final 2. Jason Kuhn, Mr. Third Place, Mr. Bronze in Northern Cyprus. Accomplished that goal once again Good news for him. Third place does pay a lot of money, and he's made himself a chunk of change this past week. I saw 7 out there. Yep, Queen 7-5, 2 spades. Dvores with 7 deuce off suit. Hits middle pair. We were talking about the PokerGo Tour leaderboard. I mentioned the top 4. Stephen Chidwick, 20th. Daniel Negreanu, 15th. Jason Kuhn, by the way, is 12th. And I think when his 194 PGT points are added on, he'll jump into the top 10.
Yeah, no surprise there whatsoever. I can't wait to see what, November looks like as we're down to the wire on that tour leaderboard to see who's on the bubble of the top 21.
I was about to tell you. So the milkman, Mikita Badzikowski, was 21st. Tom Vogelsang finished in 7th today in this event, which gave him 52 PGT points, vaulting him ahead of Mikita. So Mikita is now 22nd. Tom Vogelsang is 21st. Laszlo Boitis, by the way, who we've seen a lot of this week, he is 23rd right now. Eric Seidel, 25th. So some big names just outside the top 21. Promises to make the next 7.5 months really interesting leading into that free roll.
I'm uncertain how many of these guys, too, the Tom Vogelsangs, the Boitis of the world, that are actually going to come out and compete in the events here in the States. We really don't know. I don't think that Vogelsang, I certainly don't believe that Boitis, they've ever played inside of the PokerGo studio before.
But do they this summer? Do they come out for the World Series of Poker? I'm expecting a big turnout this year in Vegas. And
we're going to see huge swings.
Yeah, we know there's going to be some accompanying events going along with the World Series of Poker that time of year. There's everybody who's anybody in poker, vast majority of people are going to be in Vegas for some portion of the summer. Jason pointing out these guys have endurance. Yeah, that's something they build up, and we talked about this all week. The Jason Kuhn effect, these players today, poker players today, the best ones in the world, are in far better shape, physical shape, than they ever have been. And it's a conscious decision. They realize that if they're going to put in hours upon hours at the poker table, and they want to be, at their best mentally, then they need to be at their best physically as well.
Absolutely. Kuhn takes credit for that, and I think he's probably right. Jake Schindler, amazing shape. Even Phil Ivey in the best physical shape, conditioning of his life, or at least that we've seen.
I think he gave up drinking, right? Alcohol?
Yeah, stone sober, from what I understand. Now, what about Phil Hellmuth? Do you think is he in tip-top shape? No, he's been preaching and tweeting about keto.
He might be in the best shape of his life.
Yeah.
Which isn't saying much, but.
Negreanu's another great example. I mean, he's been nonstop working out. He's been focused on the fitness for quite some time now.
Yeah, he'll often He'll talk about it on Twitter, and he'll often go into how he will bulk up, trim down, get rid of the fat. It's not easy, and for any of you out there who have ever played a poker tournament, you know how that last level in the day, after you've been sitting there for 10, 11 hours, a lot of mistakes are made in that last level. Professionals seize upon that. They capitalize on the recreational's mistake when they do get tired. Greenwood going for some value here with a pair of nines.
Further separation now for Greenwood. Starting to lean a little on Dvores.
Two behemoths just battling for the title. More than $250,000 and a trophy at stake. Spencer in the chat says the early 2000s Helmuth videos of him doing yoga are A+. Yes, I agree. I've seen those.
How about the one where he comes out on his balcony shirtless after the alarm goes off in the bedroom and he's just overlooking his, I think, his backyard. Speaking of behemoths, Helmuth, his little patio nest.
On.
Greenwood all in. Dvores lets it go. Greenwood back up to 3.6 million. Dvores on about 2.75. You want to play some free poker? Did I mention it's free, Brent? It's free. It costs you no money. All you need to do is just download it. And you can do that at the App Store or Google Play. You can head over to PokerGoHold'em.com and you can play free Hold'em. Brent's voice. He's the voice of the game. Check it out. Let us know what you think. PokerGoHold'em.com.
Free to play, Tuck. You and I can't even afford to get in that game.
Well, apparently you can't. You still don't have any chips.
I'm out of chips. I busted my account. I don't know how you're supposed to get them back. I need to email support. I can't be alone out there. Hasn't somebody else gone broke?
Greenwood. 8's got him in trouble earlier today. And once again, he's in a precarious spot. 2 overs that he has to worry about. And we can see that Dvores has the flush draw. 4-3 suited has worked out well for Dvores today.
And this is a really bad flush draw, right? So these are the types of flush draws. He has that backdoor wheel equity, too, that, you know, maybe he would consider check raising. Here he's just going to take the equity right to the dome. Just call. A little shovel hunt.
Well, now he's got a pair of 4s to go along with the flush draw. We can see that he's behind, but he probably assumes he has a little showdown value now.
That might change things for him now. He beats hands like ace high that he may elect to check call with, or at least hope to table this hand. Obviously, Greenwood would have the decision on the river whether or not to value bet the 8s. Good news for him.
Unlucky view.
3-3, 3-5, 3-6, 3-9. So you have 2.45?
2.475 before posting.
Dvores has picked up a lot of big hands today. Good news for him, as most of them have held up. He is now behind
really good news
Greenwood.
for Greenwood as well, as he obviously doesn't have anything that he can really fight with.
But he's going to call. 560,000 in the pot now. Dvores a huge favorite.
Always such a great feeling. Couple over, an overpair to the board, heads up. Seemingly a flop that you would assume your opponent can absolutely connect with. Obviously, Greenwood here, really nothing, just jack of hearts.
With small bet.
Dvores back up to 2.8 million. Still behind Greenwood. But not much in this, and you mentioned this earlier when Greenwood had about 1.5 million. You said this is anybody's tournament. Going back and forth with these two heavyweights, just it's like round one, then round two, and it's just back and forth, and really, really tough to predict how this one's going to end. Just a call from Greenwood. Dvores, happy to see a flop. Ace, ace, jack, two spades out there. Not much going on for either player. 10 high, good right now. $100,000 bet from Greenwood. Dvores calls.
We got a little stab by Greenwood here. And what a dream turn card to enable potentially a second barrel. Could we apply pressure to any sort of jack if that's what we're up against? Or a sticky sort of 10 high call. Daniel did have 3 to the royal, that 10 of spades. Obviously, we can see
I'll leave the
best
analysis
hand
to you.
well.
But that 100K just flick in from Greenwood, I mean, you're going to get
4-3 suited.
Look at that. Yeah, he called it. Wow. 4-3 suited indeed. And I don't think a jack is folding on that spot, but yeah, you get the kings, the queens, the jacks, and certainly a 10 high to fold. You guys are not privy to Brent Hank's studio, but he's representing. Got the St. Bonaventure Bonnies in your background, Bill's Mafia.
Yeah, that's right.
You're a loyal.
Once in a while, you'll see the 1-year-old there back at the glass door, sort of trying to knock his way in. Larry Bird jersey over here on the wall.
Larry Bird, I like that. Yeah, the most entertaining thing about seeing the 1-year-old at the door is I have taken to counting how long it takes before I assume your wife just comes in behind him, scoops him up, and walks away.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes 7 seconds, sometimes as long as 17 seconds. All in here from Dvores. Dvores back up to almost 3 million. This has been our longest heads-up battle so far, and two of the best in the business battling.
That should be, yeah.
I want to thank you all for joining us over the last week plus. It's been a lot of fun commentating on the Super High Roller Series. Players have certainly put on a show, but it's not done yet. That's right. The Super High Roller Bowl, the $250,000, the big shebang, that has begun. You can follow the live reporting over at pgt.com/live reporting. And the live streams will begin tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks, bringing you all the action. Pair 10s for Dvores, ace high for Greenwood. Jack of clubs on the turn. You know, you brought up the notion that, you know, at some point it just takes, when you get two players like this, a lot of times you just wait for a cooler. It's been kind of crazy. We've been going for a while heads up here, and we haven't seen a, you know, ace-jack versus 9 situation, something like that. Ace-10 versus ace-9, even that.
Clearly inevitable, you know, those hands are going to start to show up, or at least you would imagine
10
to be the case. One more level, too, and this thing is just, it's over, right? I mean, we're going to have cards on their backs. The structure catches up to the stacks.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy heads-up battles, most notably many years ago, Matt Waxman and Eric Baldwin played heads-up for about 7 hours. And it was crazy. I mean, they were, by the time it ended, I mean, I think there were like 17 big blinds in play, but the short stack just kept winning. And you do get crazy, you know, crazy things happen like that once in a while at the poker table. But more often than not, you know, once there's only 50 big blinds in play, it's just, the end is nigh. It's, you're just going to see an all-in and a call at some point.
Tuck, are you forgetting that I was at that final table? You know Eric Baldwin busted me that event?
That was, by the way, one of the most epic. I did forget that you were at that final table because it was one of the most epic. For a 1K event, you were also unbelievably unlucky. I mean, a 1K at the World Series of Poker is supposed to have maybe 2 pros at it and 7 recreational players.
It was
and
loaded.
That particular, that particular 1K table had 7 pros and 2 recreationals. Just a phenomenal table. So, yeah, I did forget that you were there, but I remember now.
He did me wrong, Tuck. He did me dirty. He's one of my best friends, and he really, I haven't spoken to him since. It's not true. It's not true. I talk to him damn near every day.
I mean, you know what? Listen, you can only win a bracelet once in a while. You can find a new friend.
Touche.
Ten high flop. Greenwood should be able to get some value here. Not only does Dvores have a club in his hand, but it's the king of clubs. Hard to imagine Dvores would fold just now.
No, we've seen how sticky these guys are time and time again with any smidgen of equity.
If you have any questions for Brent or myself, feel free, put them in the chat. We are following the PokerGo chat here on YouTube. And after putting a small bet in on the flop,
4-3 again?
Greenwood.
What? 4-3 again?
You know, you can only flop. You can only make draws with 4-3, and then it's unclear if they'll get there or not. We haven't run the test yet, you know.
Please come out the door, but please come back to the seat in 1 minute.
3.2. 3.5, 25, 3.625, 3.7.
King 10 deuce, 2 clubs out there. 3.5 million for Greenwood, 2.6 million for that man, Daniel Dvores. Ace of clubs on the turn. Greenwood now with a wheel draw has the 5 of clubs as well. Not going to bet it though.
This looks like an overbet by Dvores. Boy, that was something else. No club in his hand, just jack high. The best hand, obviously, as we know, but that was quite special by Dvores.
Look at Sam.
That's a great face, huh? Thinking, why is this taking so long?
Oh, please, somebody get a photo of that. I love it. That was just classic. Rod asking which Greenwood is sexier. I have no opinion on that. Max is watching, though. Max invited me over for whiskey, so I'm going to vote Max. But if Luke or Sam offer me the middle shelf, I might have to go with them.
Well, they're a cluster of stud ponies, Tuck. It's one fine stable.
I want to thank our sponsors. Come again?
Go ahead. Thank the sponsors first, please. No, the sponsors. That's all about the sponsors. I'll get back to my nonsense in a moment.
Yeah. We look forward to the nonsense. We like it. Merit Poker, Luxon Pay, GG Poker, thank you for sponsoring this event, bringing this live stream to all of you at home. Appreciate the love in the chat. Thank you very much.
What I was saying, Tuck, you think about the stable of Greenwoods. And I would say, as far as horses are concerned, they would be considered Clydesdales.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure that's the animal that I would associate with them. You know how they say that everybody has an animal, or I guess there's like an animal archetype, so to speak. I'm not sure if I look at the Greenwood boys and I think horse or Clydesdale.
Well, fine. I mean, I'm rolling with the horse. You can. What animal would you like to throw out there?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But listen, Clydesdale's not far off. Strong, bold. Someone you can count on. Someone I know who, whether it's 14 degrees outside and snowing, I know they're going to bring me my beer. The Greenwood boys.
Have you ever stood next to a Clydesdale in real life?
Oh, yeah.
Just massive.
They're
It's
big
like
animals.
Some sort of horse dinosaur.
Yeah.
850.
I like it.
I went to the Budweiser brewery in St. Louis.
I've been there
the
too.
Headquarters there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there. Of
Did
course,
a
I've
little
been there. Come on.
tour. Of course you have. You've been to all of them, but that was my first experience in real life next to a stable of Clydesdales. Just a massive animal, and my God, I feel terrible for the folks that have to clean up those stalls.
Hey, it's a job. Ed O'Day says, looks like the players are getting tired. I don't think the players are getting tired, but the commentators, based on the level of commentary you've heard the last 6 minutes, they might be getting tired. Speaking of breweries, by the way, Greenwood picks up 9s. Dvores has nothing but garbage here. Look at Greenwood limping in, setting the trap. Come on, Dvores. Shove it in. Nope. Greenwood was hoping maybe Dvores would pick up the ace-7 and shove, and Greenwood would snap him off. But Dvores doesn't fall for it. The fact that he had 7-3 offsuit obviously helped that. So speaking of breweries, next time you come to L.A., my wife and I invested in a brewery. So I've got to take you there.
Now, wait a minute. Hit me
True
with
story.
that one more time. You've invested in a brewery?
Yep, brand new brewery. Just opened up 2 weeks ago here in L.A.
Okay, well, come on, elaborate. I mean, what kind of it's a microbrewery? What kind of hops and things are we dealing with?
It's called Benny Boy Brewery.
Yeah.
It's actually a brewery and a cider house. So they have 7 or 8 different types of beer, and then they have 6 different types of cider, and a huge beer garden in the middle where you can enjoy your favorite beverage, have some food, hang out, good vibes. Like I said, when you come to L.A., I'll take you.
I would love to go. You know, I fancy myself a brewery, Tuck.
There you go.
Benny Boy.
Yeah. Oh, please, when I was offered the opportunity, they were trying to sell me on it, and I said, you had me at hello. I'm in. Stop selling. Pair of 10s for Dvores. Pair of 8s for Greenwood. This could get Dvores healthy, depending on how the run out is. There's already 550,000 in there, and Dvores bets 400,000. I don't think Greenwood can fold. This is like I said, depending on how the run out here is, could be the exact hand Dvores needs to get back in this. There's the call. This is already, I want to say, the second or third biggest pot we've seen heads up. Oh, Dvores now with 2 pair. Greenwood picks up a gutter. Greenwood needs a 9, a jack, or an 8. Still has 20% equity. Dvores, SPR,
sure.
stack to pot ratio of just 1.
600.
Yeah,
and he's going to bet
don't know if
half.
Greenwood has the sort of hand. Obviously, we'd like to see a river. We understand Jack 9, 6-9 make the straights here, but so hard for Dvores to have too many bluffs. Unless, of course, you know, it had plenty of equity alongside of it. Looks like he is going to reach. He's going to take a little peek. Let's get to the river.
It looked like he was going to fold, but he does make the call. This pot is $2.55 million. This river, so important. And it's a blank. I mean, backdoor diamonds, but neither player has a diamond. And Greenwood checks. Dvores with just under 700,000 left.
All in.
There's the all-in. By the way, Dvores will be our chip leader again. Look at Sam.
This is where these blocker cards become so difficult, right? Thinking, oh, well, what the heck? I have a jack. I have an 8. What is he shoving here with? Obviously, some sort of ace, 2 pair, we know. At the end of the day, I think Sam just finds the fold here despite the relatively decent price.
It's kind of like stone bottom for me. I guess I need to fold something.
He's getting 5-1, but
yeah, jack edge is more likely.
he's going to find a fold. That's a good laydown considering you're getting 5-1. I was going to say, do some of Dvores's bluffs, are they diamonds that he picked up on the turn? And then even that
it would have been
right?
some sort of semi-bluff on the turn where he was, seemingly halfway committed.
I wish you had
and would have called it off.
So we're getting slightly worse odds in the
Blinds now 50,000, 125,000. You'll notice the small blind did not move up. They try to take the 10Ks off the table. They don't want to deal with that. And the 5Ks off the table, so less chips. So 50,000 and 125,000 now.
Oh, it's okay.
And again, just not many blinds in play at this point. Now I'm going to do the math really quick, and it sounds like 51 big blinds are in play. This is the level I would imagine this tournament ends more often than not. But we'll see if that happens.
Surprised we've come along this far. This is a very lengthy heads-up match. How long have they been playing heads-up? Do we know that, Tuck? I mean, it can't be that hard to figure out. 14-hour heads-up. Yeah.
Well, we just had a bunch of, Dvores picks up queens, and Greenwood's got nothing. Greenwood picks up 9s. Dvores has 7-3 offsuit. Here Greenwood picks up 10s. Dvores has got 9-8.
I forget who else was at this final table here today.
I could tell you that if you want. Jason Kuhn finished in 3rd place. Timothy
That's
Adams,
right. He
4th
always
place.
finishes in 3rd.
Yeah. Viacheslav Buldygin did a great job laddering up. He finished in 5th. Martirosyan came in, the Bulldog. Tried to bull his way up the ladder, the chip ladder, but unfortunately for him, he bowed out in 6th. Tom Vogelsang, the most beautiful man in all of Europe, from the Netherlands, finished in 7th. And here we are. We are heads up, and we've been playing heads up for 2 hours, which, for a lot of you out there who watch poker as much as we do, or if you watch poker a lot, you think heads up 2 hours, not that long. But keep in mind, when you watch a World Series of Poker event, the levels are an hour long, sometimes even longer. These levels are only 40 minutes long. So 2 hours of heads-up play is a lot. Neither player with a heart in their hand. Dvores with a gut shot. Same gut shot he had on the flop. You notice in the bottom right corner of your screen, pot size of 1.5 million. Each and every pot now getting big.
pretty valiant effort as far as bluffs are concerned here. Dvores representing clearly a 6. Great call here by Greenwood. Let's see if he sticks around by the river.
Yeah, I was curious to see what would happen if a fourth heart came off. Would he use that? Would Dvores use that to bluff as well? He has one of the worst hands he could possibly have here.
All in.
And Dvores is all in.
Wow.
Whoa. I thought, I was asking, what would Dvores do if a fourth heart came out? Would he pull the trigger? Well, forget about it. He didn't need it.
Massive bluff by Daniel Dvores. Fights his way back into this heads-up match.
Man.
Greenwood going to be stunned, I think, when he sees the replay on that.
That was a pretty quick fold there from Greenwood. He called the turn bet, which was reasonable. And then a massive overbet shove all in from that man, Daniel Dvores, showing all the heart. Just 9 high. I mean, he literally had one of the worst hands possible. 8 deuce was the worst hand he could possibly have. 9-8. Not far up the ladder. And he just decides to go for it.
And no heart in the hand, Tuck. You know, not even any sort of heart blocker whatsoever.
I think he was just trying to tell a story that he had a 6. Forget about the hearts. Any 6 would have been a straight there. And just like that, Dvores, a 2-to-1 chip advantage. By the way, if Greenwood had made that call, the tournament was over. But he never even considered it. Greenwood flopped a deuce, turned to duckling. He bets and takes it down. JT Schaefer says literally the only way he wins that hand. Crazy that he recognized it so fast. Yeah. I mean, the massive overbet on the river to get the job done, that is something you just don't see a lot of. Great play from Dvores.
Josh in the chat says, with that board, that was a sick bluff, and Greenwood had to fold hearts, or queen has him. I got to tell you, Josh, I don't think the queen on that river changed anything, as it was a one-liner to a straight, any 6, and, of course, the flush, as you pointed out. I don't think the queen had much to do with that hand.
Yeah, Dvores is telling the story that he's got a straight or better. And Sam Greenwood bought it. I think sometimes we forget. Poker can be very, very easy when you can see the cards.
Again, a troubling river card for Greenwood. He makes a pair. He beats any of the bluffs that Dvores can have, and now it's sort of a layup of a value bet with Jack-10 for Dvores.
And it's just a question of sizing. Dvores looks at his chips, reaches for him, and he's going to bet 175. And Greenwood
check.
Snap calls.
Good.
hears and sees the bad news, and Greenwood back below $2 million now.
You have like 2.1 or something?
1.2, 3, 4. Last. Yeah, 1.9.
All in?
All in here from Dvores. Greenwood doesn't have the hand to call with, and we continue on. And Dvores with almost a 3-to-1 chip advantage.
I got to remind you, though, Tuck, and for the viewers at home, the pendulum often swings in heads-up poker. Expect the unexpected. Volatility, chaos will occur. And I do hope you realize I'm trying to jinx it.
1675.
I've seen it time and time again. You think it's over, but it's never over.
No, and for players of this caliber, they're not going to give up. They know. You know, Sam Greenwood realizes that he's just one hand away from getting right back in this and really two hands away from winning. And even if Greenwood were to dip below $1 million, below 600,000, you're not going to see them give their chips away. It's just not going to happen. Greenwood with a gut shot. I'm going to toss a couple of chips out there. 125,000. See if he can win it. He can win it right here. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Dvores with about a 2.5-to-1 chip advantage over Sam Greenwood. Jason Kuhn finished in third place. Timothy Adams, Buldygin, Martirosyan, and Brent Hank's favorite, Tom Vogelsang, rounds out this final table. Looking at the GG Poker payouts, 86,000 for 7th. 731,000 for first, which means these two players are playing for more than $250,000.
What do you think, Tuck? I mean, if this were you and I, would we have made a deal by now?
Oh, you
Maybe
and I
just
would
agree to flip a coin or what?
We'd be 6 beers deep already. Are you kidding me? We'd be at the bar long ago.
Yeah. I can't believe more than 2 hours of play. We've yet to see a pre-flop sort of cooler, inevitable situation form where chips just have to go in the middle. Very unlikely.
That's the craziest thing. I have been at final tables. I have commentated on final tables where we've seen the ace-9 versus pocket sevens and then the short stack wins. And, you know, I've been in situations where you've seen the short stack win 6, 7, 8 times in a row in all-ins. Here at this table, we just haven't even seen the all-ins. Cards haven't really been on their back. Thank you, Jimmy Bluffett. Yeah, wow, 2,800 viewers out there. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Jeff Platt, the one and only, most eligible bachelor in Vegas, Jeff Platt. He'll be doing play-by-play. Brent Hanks alongside him. The dastardly duo back together for the Super High Roller Bowl. The 250K, the big one. That one has already started. You can get the updates at pgt.com/live reporting. And then starting tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, all the coverage here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. And it is a race to 250K. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so. I would love to get to 250,000 on my watch. All in here from Greenwood. Dvores just doesn't have the goods to call. He's going to let it go. Jimmy Bluffett pointing out these guys.
22 in the Super High Roller Bowl at the moment as I clicked on that link that you just told the chat about, pgt.com/live reporting. And current chip leader still Ali Umshurovich. He has got 467,000 chips at the moment.
They start with 300?
I believe you start with 250.
Okay.
So he's got almost
That's
a full
easy.
double up there.
What would you set the over-under on total number of entries in the Super High Roller Bowl? I know late registration is open until the end of level 1 tomorrow.
I'm going to go 38.5.
Wow, okay. That would be an amazing turnout for
With the single
250K
re-entry,
buy-in.
of course, I'm including that. Not 38 uniques. I just think that when it's all said and done, total entries will be right around 38.5.
Divorce races, Greenwood moves all in. Don't look now. Greenwood is back up to 2.8 million.
You've been dealt pre-flop. Heads up.
The kings.
All right. $2.5, 2.5, 2.7, 2.8.
Oh, look at this now. We're watching this hand unfold. What you guys can't see at home, Tuck is showing me a hat of the Benny Boy Brewery in L.A., which he is a, well, he and his wife they're shareholders of this brand new brewery in L.A., and he's promised to take me out. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Yeah, I got a little
The
action
bedroom.
here.
Greenwood.
But yes, when you come to LA, you will definitely be a guest of mine. For a second, I got excited because I thought Dvores had the flush draw. He does not. King, Queen of Hearts, 8 of Diamonds. But Dvores certainly has enough to continue, and depending on this turn, this could get interesting. Well, certainly can get
You
interesting
mentioned
now.
the flush
Dvores with the Queen of Hearts.
Very rarely do you have the big slick and big lick combos on board.
Oh, what a terrible run out. You flop 2 pair, bottom 2, and you think, yeah, what don't I want to see? Yeah, how about running kings with the King of Hearts?
Still good enough of a hand where I think we'd be calling a bet from Dvores on the river. But maybe now we just sort of shut it down. Yeah, turn over the winner. Dvores is feeling all right with Queen High.
These guys are virtually even once again. Back and forth they go.
I believe the next time we take a break, it is a mandatory nap for both players. They'll get a little sleep. Tuck, you and I can have a little snooze of our own. Just a rule.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. No complaints here. Yeah, if somehow They are not done in about 15 minutes. We will go on another break, which is just mind-boggling. We'll come back, and the blinds would be, I think the big blind would be 150,000.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, there's only 6.5 million chips in play. I mean, we would be down to about 42 big blinds total.
This is the sort of pace of play that I would expect between a heads-up match between, Phil Hellmuth and Alan Kessler. But with these two animals, Dvores and Greenwood, you would expect it to be high-flying.
I mean, in fairness to these players, they're not shy about getting it all in. We have seen multiple all-ins from both players with ace-5, ace-7, king-queen offsuit. I mean, these players aren't waiting for monsters. They're not waiting for, top 5, top 10% premiums. It's just a situation we just haven't had a situation where one player has ace-7 and the other one has pocket 8s.
It hasn't happened. Yeah, right. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been an interesting, annoying sort of card distribution for both players, too. I'm sure they're both feeling the same mentality. Like, what is going on? What?
And it's pretty crazy because we are back to even, and both players have had the other one kind of under their thumb, so to speak. I mean, there were moments in this heads-up battle where it looked like, oh, Greenwood's going to win it. Nope, it's going to be Dvores. Oh, wait, it's Greenwood again. And here we are, over 2 hours into heads-up play, and the lead is changing with almost every single hand now. Like the fourth quarter of an NBA game. And the loser of this heads-up battle will take home $473,000. $473,000. Winner will take home $731,000. So over $250,000 they're playing for. Greenwood's king high was already best. Is he sleeping? I'm just thinking. He closed his eyes.
He drifts off into these little states of meditation from time to time. I've noticed that. I'm sure folks at home have, where the camera zones in on him and his eyes are closed. Maybe perhaps visualizing expected outcomes and willing turn cards whenever you're going to make a king.
I'm curious. I know Max is watching, and I know he's been texting you. Maybe a little insight into that, the long blink from Sam.
I think Max was watching hours ago, but for Max, he's got some other things going on with his life. He's got the family at home. There's ball games on, and he might have the brother on a very small portion of a monitor or his phone tuning in from time to time. If he's with us, maybe we can get a little insight on the afternoon naps.
I don't have a brother, but if I did, I would watch him if he was playing heads up for $731,000.
I might watch him for an hour, but my God, Tuck, for this long, that's some serious brotherly love to tune in.
Greenwood with the gut shot on this 9-high board. Dvores with 3 deuce. We've seen Magic perform today with 3 deuce, though. Earlier on, Timothy Adams bluffing Jason Kuhn with just 3 high.
You think that Tim Adams, by the way, nice little straight here for Greenwood, the nutted variety. You think that Tim Adams is still amongst the living?
I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Well, he bluffed Jason Kuhn with 3 high. You think he's still alive to tell the story, or do you think Kuhn got a hold of him by now?
You think Jason Kuhn would bludgeon him to death after finding out? Yeah, you know what? I see where you're going there. I think Jason Kuhn actually would love that. I think he's all about that.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, there are things that I think, Jason Kuhn would beat you to death for, but I think bluffing him with 3 high or 4 high is something that would earn his respect.
Now, I have heard from Max Greenwood, brother Greenwood.
He's still watching. See, I knew it.
Yeah, he's still there. And also brother Luke via Max saying that Max says his insight is that he's jealous and he'd also love to take a nap right now. And Luke also messaged Max saying, fortunate Sam getting a mandatory nap. So I think both brothers are envious that Sam has actually found a way to catch a little Z's here while playing heads up. And of course, yeah, let's both flop trips. This has just been the nature of the heads up match.
Well, this is
Nobody
likely to
wants
get chopped up.
The other. Yeah,
this is likely to get chopped up, but not necessarily. Greenwood has Dvores covered. This could be it, everybody, depending on the run out. 625,000 in there already. If somehow you're new to Hold'em, it's your best 5 cards, remember? So both players with trip 10s, king, and right now their kicker plays, but we have yet to see a turn or a river. And you can see the percentages next to their name. That's how often they'll win the hand. The reason it doesn't add up to 100 is the remaining percentage of the time it is chopped up.
Now Sam drifted off again. He's got the best hand, trips at the moment. Maybe give him a little kick under the table. There he is.
So that's their insight. Their insight is that Sam is just tired and catching a couple of Z's while playing heads up for $731,000. I thought there was more to it. I thought maybe he was going to a meditative, visionary place. 1.57 million in there. Turns to Jack of Spades. And now, as you can see, it is a chop pot unless one of these two players hits their kicker. Keep in mind, for those of you who are watching, this is not just a single tournament they've been playing. Both these gentlemen have been playing wire-to-wire poker for about 10 days straight.
Yes, sir. So the main event finish right now. Now we got 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, main event.
Certainly don't fault Greenwood for using a time bank. This is an extremely ugly card while having trips.
And he correctly reads that his opponent is very strong.
Would he have check raised a hand like Queen 9? It's possible, right? That would have now connected with a gut shot.
Call.
All in a call. An 8 ends it. A 3 and Dvores is a dominating lead. Otherwise, they're going to chop it up.
Never gonna
end. Sam Butter's never going to end. We'll see. 8 or a 3.
The 9 of clubs, and it is never going to end. They're going to chop this up, and that'll take us to break.
Chop.
Wow.
Inexplicably, they're still playing heads up. I jokingly said about 5 hours ago, I'm loving this final table. It could go on for another 5 hours, and I would love it. And I think I set us on that course. The 2022 Super High Roller Series, Event 6. It's never going to end. Sam Greenwood in the lead. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and these heads-up players will continue to battle.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back.
With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonemo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game. But to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negranu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Yeah, he's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
table's the next to break.
It is the next turn.
Okay.
So in the event that we break it,
Against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' flop.
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun
don't do it to me, man.
Kind of
Come on,
repping
I got
a
good
big pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Give me what I need.
Feature on this
does have some big pairs here, given this line. And wow, in she comes.
And Negranu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negranu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now? Oh.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-to-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end.
The turn
Makita
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's true. You have some very
pretty good cards. Good card.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn.
Yep.
I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
And what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. So none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes
Guarding
a lot
the positions.
of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s? You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Is he come with this
I still
fold?
haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with
All
the
right,
second
take
time
it. Sure, why
extension.
not? So, put it on and 6. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So you don't have. Just a no. Jack, no. Buldygin, good player. Good player. If you bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know, but I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
7s or 6s. 4s? Find out.
6.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah,
a
Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-bet to 14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the 7's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million times.
Snapchat.
Not really.
Deeply or aged?
Yeah.
I was told I was too old for it.
Nah. Not too old.
I don't like it. I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stories, too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
The corner of the market, nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we choke with. Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
What's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But, yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who has no add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this...
No, Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this is an
saving
awful
grace,
card for
perhaps.
Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we love King Queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because Kings and Queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up.
The sun has set in beautiful northern Cyprus, but we are still here live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino for the Super High Roller Series. You're up the 50,000 no limit hold'em. Well, the sun won't set on this one, Brent. Still heads up.
Well, hold on, David. Now the sun has already risen, and it is once again set. That's how long this final table in this heads-up match has lasted.
Yeah, you heard Sam Greenwood say right before they went to break This will never end. Sam Greenwood with $3.6 million. Daniel Dvores, $2.7 million. The Canadians battling for over $250,000 in real money. And the beautiful trophy, the title, everything. The Super High Roller Bowl going on as well right now without these two. And they're going to jump right from here to there. Maybe Sam will take a quick nap. I don't know.
The Super High Roller Bowl might be over by the time these guys finish.
Certainly possible. Brent Hanks, David Tuchman calling the action from Northern Cyprus. Thank you all for joining us. It's been a fun ride. Greenwood all in, and has been the case for quite some time. The all in, the other player doesn't have anything, and we continue on. Blinds are once again up.
Television asks you just if you can move a little bit on the left in front of the box.
So
thank you very much.
Seven. 2.7, 3.2, 3.7, 3.2.
Greenwood on $3.8 million. Dvores on $2.3 million. Every hand could be the hand.
All in.
Dvores all in with fours. Greenwood can't call.
Is it one of these times?
We will call it a day when this heads-up battle does end. The Super High Roller Bowl coverage will start tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. Make sure you join us for that one. Should be very exciting. Over 20 entrants already in that. Registration open until level 1 is completed tomorrow.
I'll give you a little live update on that, Tuck. PGT.com, of course. Click on the live reporting link. Up to 24 entrants. And, well, we have a new chip leader. Ali Imshirovich has lost a few. Jake Schindler has gained a few. He is now in the top spot. Ali slides to second. Danny Tang in third. The Prince of Poultry, Timothy Adams, is in fourth. And Ben Heath rounds out the top five.
Has Phil Ivey entered yet?
I have not seen Ivy yet, so I think we are anticipating Ivy. Oh, no, I see him. I'm sorry, he did. He just came in. Ivy is sitting right around 230,000 in chips, middle of the pack. Only one player has busted thus far, and that is Viacheslav Buldygin. He is out.
Oh.
Would imagine that he would re-enter. We'll see.
Yeah, he made $172,000 in this tournament, the one we're watching. Imagine finishing fifth in a 50K for $172,000 and having a losing day.
Yeah, right. And a big losing day at that if you go bust twice.
Brent Hanks, David Tuchman. There's a look at Sam Greenwood, the Canadian, looking to close this out. He does have the chip lead right now, but Daniel Dvores is not going to give anything away. Those white chips, 100K each. Okay, the laughter of some players in the background.
Hackle, yeah.
I was going to say, it undeniably Paw. Dvores mixing things up here a little bit. He's going to take some of the worst hands he has and turn them into a bluff, and he does that with 5-deuce, and he wins it. And Dvores is back in the chip lead. I mean, that is how fluid the situation is. Come back from break, Dvores had 2.3 million. Now he's on 3.5 million. I believe that is the 83rd lead change in heads-up play.
Yeah, stats department has verified that. 83 times. We are now over, I believe, the 3-hour mark for this heads-up match.
We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Greenwood with 6s. Dvores just calls. Grip and rip.
Yeah, hold on tight, grip and rip. Although maybe it looks like it could be good enough heads up to induce.
Yeah,
you
just
hope
a
that
raise.
Dvores is limp jamming, some ace-X sorts of holdings. Get it in good. Now, Tuck, folks at home can't see you, but what do you got going on over there on camera? Are you doing some squats?
I just like to keep myself moving a little bit. I'm not good at standing still. Anybody who's ever walked into the World Series of Poker, the Amazon room during the old, when we used to have the black booth, I like to stand up when I'm doing commentary. Sometimes I walk back and forth. I'm not a sitter.
I'm going to join you here. I'm going to shake it out a little bit. Get stiff these days, getting older and heavier, dumber.
No, you've always been this dumb.
Good point.
Greenwood's going to raise. Quick fold from Dvores, so we move on. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just, I'm one of those, like, standing desk type of guys, I don't actually have a standing desk. I've made it simpler. I just stand at my desk, which seems easier. Why do I need to pay $5,000?
The awkward scenario for me is I have you and I can see each other in our little setup, but my view of you is a direct shot of your groin. I can't see your face. All I see is your waistline.
Okay,
a little awkward. I've let you do it now for the last hour.
Is that better?
Oh, that's much better. I didn't know you had a zoom in feature. That's great. Thank you for that.
Dvores limping in. Greenwood with Queen Jack. Oh, just going to see a flop. Pot's 450,000 in there. As you can see, the big blind now 150K. King 7-7. Dvores with trip sevens. Man, if that flop was Queen 7-7, we could be calling it the night. Yeah, I don't know how people sit down for like 6, 7, 8 hours, 9 hours straight. I just can't do it. Got to get up and move.
Yeah, well, I understand it.
Ooh, Greenwood.
There's a little queen now. That's action.
Yeah, I don't expect Greenwood to go broke on this, but 750K in there. Dvores is going to do his best to build this pot, you imagine, in position. Looks like a bet of 625,000. Yeah, 625.
Sizes it up.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Greenwood? I mean, you got a very good hand, heads up, but you can't beat anything. I mean, you can beat.
Well, we certainly.
You can beat hearts.
I was going to say we beat all the bluffs. That's it. We
right.
Just have a pure bluff catcher.
Straight draws, flush draws. River's a blank, so all those straight draws and flush draws, they all missed. 2 million in the pot. Dvores has 2.1 million behind.
And his sizing on the turn is what's allowed him to essentially have a 1-to-1 SPR ratio, 2.1 in the stack, 2 million already in the middle.
All in.
And there's the all in.
There it is.
And Greenwood wants a count. Does he make this call? This is something the best players are so good at.
2,075,000.
Certainly would not fault him here, Tuck.
The best player is always thinking 1-2 steps ahead. Make sure that they've got the stack, the pot. They're all the right size for what they want to do on the river.
$2,075,000.
There's a call.
I think I have a little left.
Not surprising. I mean, Dvores is going to have bluffs in his range there. I think we know that. We've seen him bluff before. We saw the big bluff with 9-8 earlier.
No, I don't think so.
A dagger of a turn card for Greenwood, now stuck with 2 big blinds. It feels like it's all but over. Greenwood going to need to spin it up, starting right now.
Nice. I can win the ante.
Are you at all surprised that he made that call with a pair of queens, with a king at the board?
I'm not.
2 sevens out there.
You know, it's you flip a coin in those decisions, and you know, think about how long this match has gone. We certainly know that Dvores can have bluffs there. Sam just sort of ruled out it being a king. Said, all right, a queen's got to be good enough, and
it's
Dvores now all in with the best of it in a good spot.
Okay, I call.
Yeah, they're just going to stick it in. 4-3 versus 7-4.
Anything with him anteing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had any whites left.
No, I had 225 back. So like I pull up, I just ante 150 dead the next hand.
Right,
and
yeah.
75, yeah.
Yeah, you're just like.
Yep.
There's a 7. This could be over.
Six of spades.
Oh.
That is it.
That is it.
That is it.
That is it. Look at that.
Jesus, how did it take so long?
And I think that was a what from Dvores, which tells us what we need to know. He has just won it. Event number 6 is all over. Sam Greenwood. Great performance by him. Finishes in second place. He takes home $473,000. But there's your champion, Daniel Dvores. He came into this final table as the 3rd shortest stack. Ran well, played better, and he is our champion. $731,000. Brent, thank you so much. Brent Hanks, Jeff Blatt. They'll be here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Make sure you join us 8 a.m. Eastern time for the Super High Roller Bowl, the $250K for David Tuchman. For everybody at PokerGO, thank you for watching.